right?
I was collecting the 300 blackout spent shell casings from the gun room, or not the gun room, I apologize, the shoot house.
Now you showed a number of shot shells, buckshot, and apparently dry lock. What date were those seized?
Looks like 9/13 of 2021.
Those were seized 3 months after the murders?
Hang on a second. 9/13/2021
Okay.
is the date that's written on it.
So you got June, July, August, September. 4 months after the murders.
That's correct, sir.
And do you know whether that property had been secured during that period of time?
It had not been secured by law enforcement during that period of time.
Do you know if any of that in front of you was on the property on June 7th or before?
It was there the date we collected it. I can't answer that other question.
And I understand you didn't collect any of that, correct?
No, sir.
And you don't know where it was collected from other than what you're reading on the envelope, right? You're reading someone else's evidence description, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. And we'll take a break now, about 10 minutes or so.
may now be seated.
Thought I going in my pocket that time.
Say this, Ron.
Also is.
If you bring the jury, please. All right, thank you. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Turn it over to Mr. Conrad. State calls Anthony Nisht.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give before in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please in the witness stand, state your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
My name is Michael Anthony Knitch.
Mr. Knitch, how you doing, sir?
Great, how are you?
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Knitch,
All right. And where are you employed, sir?
Verizon Wireless.
And what are your duties there?
In this capacity, I'm a custodian of records.
All right. And so it's in its normal course of business, does Verizon keep records?
That is correct.
And does it keep call records?
That is correct.
Just generally speaking, what kind of records does Verizon keep in relation to phone accounts and call records?
Subscriber information, cellular data, which could be telephone calls, text message, data sessions.
Okay. All right, and these have been previously shown to council. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 268. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize that, sir.
I do.
And what is that?
State's Exhibit 268 is Alex Murdaugh's telephone number 803-942-1227.
Okay, and have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
I have.
And what is the contents of on that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information, text messages, anything related to billing purposes of Verizon Wireless.
Okay, and was that, were those records previously turned over to law enforcement?
In request to a search warrant, they were.
All right. And you've reviewed those records, correct?
I have.
After reviewing them, are those true and authentic copies of the records that are kept by Verizon?
They are.
All right. And those are related to Alex Murdaugh's Verizon account, sir?
That is correct.
With a number ending in 1227?
That is correct.
All right. At this time, State moves to enter Exhibit 268 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
I'm going to approach and hand you State's Exhibit 269. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what is that?
State's Exhibit 269, Paul, cell phone 803-842-7845.
And have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have.
And what is the contents of that CD?
Cellular information, subscriber information, in response to a search warrant.
Okay. And are the contents of that CD accurate, true and accurate copies of records kept by Verizon in normal course of business?
They are.
And at this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 269 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
And I'm going to hand you, this is Exhibit 265, so a little bit out of order. And do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what is that?
State's Exhibit 265, Maggie, cell phone 803-842-9041.
All right. Have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have
What are the contents of that CD?
subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search warrant.
All right. And that's in relation to the number associated with Paul, is that correct?
Maggie,
Oh, excuse me, yes, Maggie. And what's the last 4 digits of that number?
9041.
All right. And that's Exhibit 265, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And at this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 265 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to approach, and I'm going to hand you what's labeled as State's Exhibit 262. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And without reading any phone number, full phone number, what is that?
State's Exhibit 262, Claude Rowe Records.
All right. And have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have
And what are the contents of that CD?
subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search warrant.
All right. And those are related to the account associated with Claude Rowe, correct?
That is correct.
And there is a phone number associated. We're just not going to read it in the record. Is that correct?
That is correct.
At this time, and what number is that?
State's Exhibit 262.
This time, state will move to enter Exhibit 262 into evidence.
No objection.
Submit it.
I'm going to approach and hand you State's Exhibit 263. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what is that?
State's Exhibit 263, Marty Cook.
All right. And is there a phone number associated with that without reading it?
There is.
And that's a Verizon phone number, correct?
That is correct.
What are the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search
And
warrant.
you've had an opportunity to review that, correct?
I have.
And those are a copy of the same records that were provided to law enforcement pursuant to a search warrant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And what number was that again?
State's Exhibit 263.
All right. This time, state will need to enter Exhibit 263 into evidence.
I'm sorry, I couldn't. Whose number is that?
State's Exhibit 263. What's the name on that account?
Marty Cook.
No objection.
Submit it.
All right. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 264. And do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what is that, sir?
State's Exhibit 264, Rogan.
All right. And is there a phone number associated with that?
There is.
All right. And we're not going to read that into the record, but have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have.
And what are the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search warrant.
All right. And the contents of that CD are a accurate copy of the original records provided by Verizon to law enforcement pursuant to search warrant?
They are.
Okay. All right. And that's Exhibit 264, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. At this time, state will move to enter Exhibit 264 into evidence.
No objection.
Submit it.
I hand you is marked as State's Exhibit 266. And you recognize that, sir?
I do.
All right. And what is that?
State's Exhibit 266, Connor Cook Records.
And is there a Verizon associate and account associated with those, with Connor Cook?
There is.
Have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have.
All right. And what is the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search warrant.
All right. And that's a true and accurate copy of the records originally provided by Verizon to law enforcement pursuant to search warrant?
That is correct.
All right. And what's that number you have again?
State's Exhibit 266.
All right, this time, state will move to enter Exhibit 266 into evidence.
No objection.
Admit it.
And last one, this is State's Exhibit 267. I'm going to hand this to you. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
All right, and what is that?
State's Exhibit 267, Buster cellular information.
And there's a number and a Verizon account associated with Buster's phone records.
That is correct.
We're not going to read that number to the record, but have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have.
All right, and what is the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search warrant.
All right, and is that an accurate copy of the records originally provided by Verizon to law enforcement in response to a search warrant?
They are.
All right. And what number do you have with you? What number is that again?
State's Exhibit 267.
All right, at this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 267 in evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
I'm going to hand you, this is marked as on the back, as State's Exhibit 270. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Okay. And what is that?
This would be a key that is used to explain the VoLTE call detail with cell site explanation.
And is that originally come from a PDF provided with each of these search warrant returns?
That is correct.
And so that document will be found on each of those CDs, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and this is just a printed out version.
That is correct.
But is it exactly similar to the explainer on, contained on those CDs, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at this time, state would move to Exhibit 270 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
All right, sir, so let's talk about that document you have in your hands. I think you told us kind of what it is, but can you give us a little more detail? What does that do, and how does that help someone looking at these records?
In response to a search warrant, Verizon provides a key to be able to read the records that were provided. So this particular record is a VoLTE call detail record key.
Okay, all right. I'm going to take this to you, and I think the Elmo is still up. We need the Elmo up, please. So looking at Exhibit 270, State's Exhibit 270, we see several columns of information across that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you read from your screen there, sir? Can you read some of that information?
Yes, sir. The first column is record open date and time. The second, would you like for me to read across?
Well, let's lay a little more foundation. The records that are provided on those CDs and they're in digital format, correct?
That is correct.
And what program are they sent in?
Excel.
Okay, Excel format. That's a spreadsheet, correct?
That is correct.
And so when we look at these records, they're all provided in columns in an Excel spreadsheet, correct?
That is correct.
And each column going left to right is a different sort of information that is on the records, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and so we'll look at an example in a few minutes, but this is the key to look at to understand what each column is in reference to, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so let's look at the far left column, and I believe that says record open date time. What does that mean, sir?
That would be the date and time the call record transpired in local time.
In local time, okay. And what's the second column from the left?
That would be the date and time the call transpired in Greenwich Mean Time.
Okay. In Greenwich Mean Time, is that also known as universal time?
That is correct.
And on June 7th of 2021, do you know the approximate offset for local time and Eastern time with Greenwich Mean Time? Would it surprise you if I said it was 4 hours difference?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, okay, going to the third from the left column, what is that?
That is the serving system ID.
And what does that mean?
That's a network name on Verizon from which the call transpired.
Okay. And what is the column next to that? I believe it's labeled NID.
That would be the switch number that Verizon uses to route.
Okay. And what is a switch, generally speaking?
It would be what is considered a hub for multi-cell towers.
Okay. So multiple cell towers be connected to one switch.
That is correct.
And then going next, cell ID, what is that column?
That would be the specific cell tower that the target number used to make the cellular data connection.
Okay. And that's the actual tower that a particular call was routed through, correct?
That is correct.
And the next column says cell face. What is that? What does
That
it mean?
would be the cell face that the cellular data connection transpired over. There's typically 3 faces on each cell tower.
Okay. And next we see market ID. What is that?
That's fair. That is the switch number. So in some records, it'll have that listed. So it's the same thing as the NID, but depending on the specific record, which column will be used.
Okay. And then next column says ENB. What is that?
It's a 6-digit cell tower number. The first 3 digits is the market ID, and the last 3 digits is the tower identification.
Okay. Next column says DIR. What does that show for and what does it mean?
That's the direction that the call transpired over the Verizon network.
And when you say direction, you mean incoming call or outgoing call? That
is
sort of
correct.
direction, not north, south, east, or west, right?
That is correct.
All right. The next column says NSISDN. What does that mean, sir?
That is the Verizon subscriber number that the record is for.
Okay. And it says this is your target number, and that's in reference to the search warrant, correct?
That is correct.
And so when a search warrant asks for records for a certain number, that's the target number, correct?
That is correct.
And that's what that column identifies, correct?
That is correct.
And next column says called number. What does that mean?
This is the number dialed to initiate the call. For inbound calls, this number will be the same as the mobile directory number, MSISDN column, and the out calls, this is the number your target dialed.
Okay. So simplifying it, it's simply the number that was called when someone placed a phone call, correct?
That is correct.
Next column is CPN. What is that, sir?
This is the calling party number that initiated the call. If the call is outbound, this column will be the same as the mobile directory number, MSISDN. If the call is inbound, this is a number that dialed your target.
Okay. And the next column says SOU. What is that, sir?
Seconds of duration.
Okay, and that's how long the call lasted, correct?
That is correct.
And the next column says RAT. What does that mean, sir?
That is the type of cellular connection that the data session or call transpired over.
And so we see several different categories underneath that. I see a 3G voice, 4G voice, and some others. What does that stuff mean?
The Verizon wireless technology that's used to allow that call to take place.
Okay. So 3G and 4G are different types of technology Verizon uses?
That is correct.
And depending on which tower and where the phone is located, a call could be routed over 3G or 4G. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Getting pretty close to the end here. The next column says VICE endpoints. What does that mean, sir?
It's a VoLTE connection with an endpoint, so that's a type of device that can boost the Verizon signal. It's an indicator if that was used or not.
Okay. And VO, you call it VoLTE. What is that?
Voice over LTE is a type of technology similar to the 4G.
Okay. And that's a voice call that's routed over the digital network, correct?
That is correct.
And finally, we see VZWNE, network extender, excuse me. What is that column, sir?
That is a device that allows consumers to connect to a network extender to boost their indoor coverage. So there'd be a difference in the call type listed in the records.
So Verizon provides to certain customers, network extenders for them to use in buildings to help them connect calls in buildings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if a call were routed through such a connector, it would be listed in that column.
That is correct.
Okay, I'd like to switch over to the laptop, please. I'm gonna hand you back Exhibit 270 in case you need to look at it here. All right. And I'm gonna pull up some of the records that were provided that we just talked about on those CDs. And the first one I'm gonna pull up is the one associated with Maggie Murdaugh, and her number ends in 9041. And I believe that comes from exhibit. That's State's Exhibit 265. And let me get rid of the annoying. Okay, so we're going to scroll down, and we're going to talk about a couple of these calls just so the jury understands or can understand some of these records. And I went too far. Bear with me, please. Okay, I've highlighted column 1846 on this spreadsheet. Can you see that, sir?
I can.
Okay. So let's walk through this particular call. All right. The far left column, column A, we see a number there. What is that number, sir?
That's the phone number that was associated with the search warrant.
Okay. And that's the 9041 number, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And column B, I see a date. It says May 1st of 21. What is that date, sir?
That was the date that the search warrant started the request for the search warrant.
Okay. So when law enforcement sent a search warrant to Verizon, they requested a date, a record starting on May 1st. Is that correct?
That is correct.
May 1st, 2021. And then the next column says June 10th of 2021. What is that date, sir?
That is the last day that was requested on the search warrant.
Okay, yeah, all right. So in this case, June 10th was the last date from that search warrant.
That is correct.
All right. Okay, so let's look at column D. And what is column D in this record?
That is the time that the actual call took place in local time.
Okay. And what time is that?
19:50 and 20 seconds.
All right. Can you convert military to civilian time? Are you good at it?
I am not good at it.
Okay. So generally you subtract 12, is that correct?
That is correct.
So would that be 7:50 p.m.?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And then the next column, we see it says June 7, 2021 at 23:50. What is that column?
That's the record in Greenwich Mean Time.
All right. And so that's in the universal time, correct?
That is correct.
And can you convert that to local time? Well, subtracting 12, would it be
It would be 11:50
50 p.m.?
p.m.
All right. Next column, there's a digit that says 13. What is that digit, sir?
Can you scroll to the top where I can see the header on that?
And we're looking at column I.
That is the cell face number.
All right. And so that is the direction based off what you previously testified, that is the direction the call is in the sector from the tower, correct?
That is correct.
I'm gonna scroll back down. Bear with me, please. Okay, we're back on June 7th, and we're back at column 1846. So we just said the 13 was the direction from the tower, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and so we see a number next to that that says 459. What is that number, sir?
That is the market ID.
Okay. And market ID, again, what does that mean?
That would be the switch on Verizon Wireless Network.
Okay. All right. And then next to that is column K, and that says, there's a digit that says 459240. What is that, sir?
That is the ENID. The first three digits are the switch. The second three digits are the cell tower
Okay.
information.
And so that identifies the actual tower that call is routed through, correct?
That is correct.
And then next to that, in column L, we see MO. What does that mean, sir?
Mobile originated.
All right, and what does that mean?
The cell phone in question to the search warrant originated the call.
So this means this call is placed with Maggie's phone, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then next to that, we see a phone number in column M, and it ends in 9041. Is that the target a phone number?
That is correct.
And next to that, we see a number that ends in 0853. What is that in column M?
That was the number that 9041 dialed.
Okay. And then column O, and we see that 9041 number again. And remind us why that number's there again?
That was the number that dialed the 0853.
Okay. And then next column P, we see 165, a digit of 165. What does that mean?
That is time in seconds.
Okay, so that's how long the call lasted?
That is correct.
And then column Q, it says LTE. What does that mean?
That's the Verizon technology type that was used to make the call.
Okay, so this call is routed over LTE, correct?
That is correct.
And that's a 4G technology?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's look at the column below that, and that's column 1847. And let's just go ahead and look directly at column D, and that's the date where it says 2021 680104 24. Remind us again what that column means.
Which column?
Column D, and we see the date of June 8th of 2021, and there's a time that says 010424.
That is the time in Greenwich Mean Time.
Okay. Now, you previously testified that in column D, that time's normally provided in local time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But in this particular record, we see a time in Greenwich Mean Time, correct?
That is correct.
Why is this, in this particular call, why is it in Greenwich Mean Time?
Because this call connected to Verizon, but the call was not answered on the cellular connection and routed to voicemail.
Okay. So, because this call was not picked up, the call is routed to Verizon server, right?
That is correct.
And because of that, Verizon records the record in Greenwich Mean Time.
That is correct.
But I hate to do this. Let's convert that back into local time. So subtract 4 from 010424. And would that yield a time of 9:04:24 in Eastern Time, sir?
That would be correct.
Okay. PM, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, let's skip over column I, column J, and column K. I believe you said previously column K was the digit associated with the particular tower a call is routed through, correct?
That is correct.
Well, here we see in this one NA. Is that what that says?
That is correct.
What does that mean? Why does it say NA?
Well, the call didn't actually connect to a cell tower. When the call didn't answer and it routed to voicemail, it's an internal routing, so there would be no cellular data as far as cell tower information provided.
Okay. So a call was placed to the 9041 number, correct?
That is correct.
And the 901 phone most likely rang, correct?
That is correct.
But no one answered.
That is correct.
And so Verizon did not record a particular cell tower associated with that call. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, well, let's finish up with this record. Column M, again, that's the target number, correct? 9041.
That is correct.
All right, and then we see in column N, as in November, 9041, again, the same number. And what does that mean?
That means the 1227 number dialed the 9041.
Okay. All right, and no one answered, correct?
That is correct.
And I skipped over column L, it says MT, and what does that mean?
Mobile terminated.
Okay, and so that call was not in fact completed, correct?
It was forwarded to voicemail.
Okay, all right. And after that 9:04 p.m. phone call, we see multiple more calls to Maggie's phone, correct? Or correct?
That is correct.
All right. And are any of those calls answered according to the records that Verizon keeps?
They are not.
All right, I'm going to shift to pulling up the call records for the number ending in 1227. And that is State's Exhibit 268, and that's the number associated with Alex Murdaugh's phone, correct?
That is correct.
All right, bear with me. Okay, and let's look at column 2371. All right, you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we see a time, and column D, and that says June 7th, 2021 of 21:04:24. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this time is in local time, is that correct?
That is correct.
And a quick conversion on that, or excuse me, so no conversion is necessary on that. So that's 9:04 p.m. and 24 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
And that is in fact the same time that we just saw in Maggie's records that we just reviewed, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and so we see if we look over in column I, J, and K, we do have cell tower information for the outgoing call from Alex's phone, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then we see that this is code MO, and what does MO mean again?
Mobile originated.
All right, so that means this account is placing the call, correct?
That is
The
correct.
account ending in 1227. All right, and it was placed to the number ending in 9041, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then looking below that, we're not going to review this line by line, but we see a number of other calls starting at about 9:04 p.m. And onward over the next hour or two of calls made from the 1227 account, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. No further questions from the state for this witness.
By the defense.
He's looking for, I apologize, the technology's about with me here. So you work for Verizon,
That is correct.
and are you just deliver records to different people, or do you have a more, I say the word functional, but do you have a duties beyond just coming to court and delivering records?
Yes, sir. I work in executive relations and I respond to subpoenas, other court records, and other type of cases that are associated with the executive relations team.
And obviously you have to have some understanding of what you're delivering, what these things mean, right?
That is correct.
And as I understand it, I'm going to ask you in a minute what some things mean. So do you see, is this on? Is it up? Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you look down, any way to put that up there? No, okay, never mind. So if you look down at 6, 7, and if you look at, I'm trying to find some consistency here, those NAs in lines I and J on several calls above that, you see those?
I do.
What does that mean?
That means that the call was routed to voicemail.
So these are voicemails to Alec.
This record is for 1227. So based off of this record, 1227.
So like that call that
Dialed the 9041, but it was routed to voicemail.
okay, that's him dialing out. But what about if you go up to 6, 7 at 2208? Is that a call out or a call in?
Is that the line that you have highlighted?
No, I'm talking about go up to 6, 7, maybe go highlight, okay.
Which one is this?
6, this one, either one of these right here.
Here?
Right, yeah, that's fine. Is that an outgoing or incoming call? Incoming call?
That was mobile forwarded, so it was forwarded to voicemail.
I get it's forwarded to voicemail. Was Alec making it or somebody else was making it? Who initiated the call?
The 7845.
7845. So that was a call into Alec.
That is
And it went
correct.
to his voicemail.
That is correct.
And tell me where I look on this to see what's outgoing and what's incoming.
Row L or column L, MO, MT, and MF.
Okay. Okay, so MO means what?
Mobile originated.
He's the originating call.
That is correct.
Okay. What was the other one? MT, what does that mean?
Mobile terminated.
So he was getting an incoming call.
That is correct.
And MF,
Mobile forwarded.
what does that mean?
Routed to voicemail.
So there's two of them all of them mean voicemail, but what's the difference between MT, MO, and MF?
The direction of the call on Verizon's network.
Okay. Mobile terminated is he was making a call and it went to voicemail. MO is whoever called them initiated the call and went to voicemail.
No, MO means the cellular subscriber, in response to this search warrant, made a phone call out.
MO. So that would be Alex calling somebody, went to voicemail.
Correct.
MT is somebody called him and it went to voicemail.
Mobile terminated means that our subscriber, in response to the search warrant, is the one that the call placed to and could have answered.
And so one of them's coming in, goes to voicemail. Another one's going out, goes to voicemail. And MF is what?
No, sir. MO means mobile originated, a phone call transpired over our network. So we could have answered the phone call, it would show up as MO.
We being who? Yeah, on this, if Alec had answered the phone call, it would have,
It would be mobile terminated because our subscriber answered the phone call.
oh, okay. So MO, he answers it. Am I losing my, are you losing me or am I losing you?
MO is mobile originated. So that means subscriber 1227 dialed out on Verizon's network.
Okay, and it was answered.
It could have been answered, yes. I mean, it was a call that transpired and it would create a cellular connection which would connect to a cell tower.
Okay, not, and it wasn't answered by voicemail,
Which record?
the MO.
MO is mobile originated, which
I got
means
that, I got that part. I just want to know how you differentiate between these calls as one's going out, one's coming in, one's going to voicemail, either way.
MF is mobile forwarding. So
Right.
that call would have went to voicemail.
Whether he was getting it or giving it. Whether he
Well,
was
if
making-
someone were calling him
Right,
and he didn't answer, then it would be forwarded to voicemail.
that's MF.
That is correct.
Okay, I got it. I finally get it. Took me a while. But again, I'm not a technological expert here. So, as you look at his calls, to the extent that they are made at certain times, you can figure out whether it was coming, going, or went to voicemail, based on these records.
That is correct.
Now, can I see Maggie's phone just a second, please?
Is there any time yours?
Yeah, let's look at 6-7, put 6-7 up high. So we go below 6-7.
Okay, so these are all calls.
Okay, and these are her phone calls starting at 7:02. And when we get down to, so tell me after that 7:02 PM, 23:02, that's, when is everything after that? Well, does she, when is the first time her phone goes to voicemail?
The 2340 call went to voicemail. Then the next call log after that is a mobile originated, which means there were 2 outbound calls made. And then after those 2 calls, the rest of the calls were routed to mobile telephone number 9041's voicemail.
What's the last time she made a call out?
$19.50.
What time is
20.
that in non-military time? 1950 is? What? 7 p.m.? 7:50 p.m. That's the last call she makes out, right?
That is correct.
What about the last call she received and answered?
Well, the 2 calls that were mobile originated, after that, the rest of them were routed to voicemail.
Yeah, but what are the two calls after that?
Could you please highlight?
It's complicated, I know, even for you.
Which one are you pointing at?
Any,
Talking about this one?
I don't know. So we were up here at 7:02, right? And then
Those are all outbound calls.
from her. Yeah, and the last one is at 8:00.
The last outbound is at 7:50.
At 7:50, okay,
That's connected.
okay. And was there any inbound that was answered after 7:50?
There were not.
Okay, and one other thing. Just take that 7:50 and put it up at the top. Scroll, in other words, I want to see the calls after that, okay? And this, I know, okay, no, it's okay. So, now go back down a little bit. Matter of fact, let's start with 6:09. Okay, can you scroll that up to the top? So how about look at this for 6:09 and 6:10, and it stops at 6:10. Are there any outgoing or incoming or, in other words, any outgoing call, first of all, from that phone after, on 6:09?
Mobile telephone number 9041 did not place a call outgoing.
Okay, what about any incoming calls?
The rest of the records are incoming calls that were routed to voicemail.
Voicemail, so the calls coming into her, it routed to voicemail, no calls after, on 6:09 or further.
That
Okay,
is
now,
correct.
let me ask you this, text messages, are they shown on these records? You charge for them, right?
They are in a separate record, yes.
Were you asked to produce those?
They are in the file.
They're in the file. It's just, we're not looking at them here today.
That is correct.
And are they reflected on this kind of same format?
Very similar. They have a separate key to translate exactly what each column and row means.
Okay. But you've produced those text messages for all the phones we've talked about here today.
That is correct.
Were any other phone records subpoenaed from you other than the ones that have been put into evidence?
The only ones that I'm aware of is the ones that I have been, I received the records of.
Did you ask for more records than these?
I did not.
Did the search warrant designate records other than these?
We would have to review the search warrant.
You don't have it with you?
No, sir.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence for just a moment. What's the data retention policy for Verizon? How long do these records stick around?
Verizon maintains records for billing purposes for around 18 months. In response to a subpoena or search warrant, we do keep the detailed records on file for those search warrants.
But absent somebody serving a search warrant, after 18 months, they're purged?
We no longer have that information on file
Does
typically.
anybody have them?
I mean, the billing information would be available like through My Verizon where you could go and look at your bill.
But this kind of information would not.
That is correct.
Okay, and when you indicate these calls went to voicemail, how long does a phone ring before it kicks into voicemail?
There's no set time.
Who sets it?
Well, it depends on how long it takes the network to locate the call. So when you hear a ring, when you're dialing someone, it's really just the network trying to locate. So the phone itself may never ring if the network can't find you.
And that may take 2 or 3 or 4 rings?
It could take 2, 3, up to 6.
So when my wife accuses me of being impatient and hanging up on her before she gets to answer the phone, you just told me it's because the network, many instances, has not connected with her phone yet.
The network is locating your phone. When you hear the ringing, the network is locating where you are on the
And that
network.
could take a while, and so if I'm hearing 5 rings and figure she's not going to answer it, I want to leave a voicemail, I hang up. And so there's no voicemail, it's just an incomplete call on your records.
Well, I mean, if she didn't answer your phone call and let it go to voicemail, then it would ring out if the network
Maybe I don't
found you.
want to leave a voicemail. It's rang 4 or 5 times. And I hang up before she can get to the phone.
Sure.
That solves a mystery. Thank you.
All right.
One quick question, Your Honor. Just to clarify, when the Verizon records indicate that a call is routed to voicemail, I believe you previously testified, that could mean the phone itself rang, correct?
That is correct.
But there's another condition the phone could be in as well. If the phone is turned off and someone dials that number, what would the Verizon record indicate?
It would route to voicemail.
And it would look exactly the same, correct?
Yes.
And there's no way to look at these records and tell whether a phone is off, just not answering, or potentially shut off or otherwise not connected to the network, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. That's all for this evening. Thank you, Your Honor.
One further. What about if it's in airplane mode? Would the same thing happen? Goes to voicemail, right? Airplane mode, it doesn't ring, doesn't answer. It goes, would it go to voicemail?
The network would still try to find where you're located. So if you're in airplane mode, the network may not know where you are, so it would still attempt to ring.
And these records don't give you any GPS location on phones, correct? You can't get that GPS.
According to the records that I've seen, they have the cell tower information, but not the specific GPS.
Cell tower information, depending on how many cells are connecting it, sometimes, I mean, can be very, if you're in New York City and there are 5 cell towers, you can probably get it pretty close. But if you're in rural Colleton County or Hampton County, and there's one over here and maybe one way back there, it's much more difficult to find a specific location, correct?
Your Honor, the state's going to object. This witness is not qualified and expert on cell tower location.
You can say I'm not qualified to answer that.
Yes, sir.
That information,
Just a moment. Response if you want.
Senator, he can answer whether he's able to answer the question. However, he's not qualified as an expert.
I don't.
All right. You may answer the question if you can.
I would have no way of knowing. I'm not qualified as far as the triangulation of the cell tower information.
Is that what you were getting ready to say before he objected and said you weren't qualified, or is that something you
That
really
would be
are
a
qualified?
standard
You've never
response.
testified about locations before.
Repeat the
You've
question.
never testified about what cell phone tower location means and how it's used.
I testified to the accuracy of the records that were provided.
Okay, thank you.
Step down, thank you. Call your next witness.
State calls Paul McManigal.
Raise your right hand. You affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please proceed in the witness stand. Please state your name for the record. Spell your last name loudly, please.
Paul David McManigal, MC, MANIGAL.
Good morning, Mr. McManigal.
Good afternoon.
Or good afternoon, excuse me. Where are you currently employed, sir?
I am currently employed as a sergeant with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office.
All right. And what are your duties there entail?
I'm currently assigned to the United States Secret Service as a task force officer on the cyber fraud task force.
All right. And generally, in your work on the cybercrimes task force, what does that entail?
I'm a digital forensic examiner, so I'm responsible for gathering electronic data from computers, tablets, cell phones, DVRs, vehicle infotainment systems.
All right. And when you say task force officer for the state, for the Secret Service is a federal agency, is that correct?
That is correct.
But you're actually paid and are still an officer with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
That's also correct.
Okay. In this case, you provided some records in June of 2021 by an individual by the name of Dylan Hightower, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did he provide you?
He provided me with a electronic extraction from a cell phone that was extracted as binary data and not yet processed by forensic software.
All right. And when he provided that to you, did he tell you which phone it was from?
I believe he said it was belonged to Alex Murdaugh.
Okay. And that's the one he extracted from Alex Murdaugh on June 10th of 2021?
That is correct.
And what role, what did you do with that information that he provided you, or that data?
I was asked to redact potential client lawyer privileged information by reducing it down to a certain time frame that was more pertinent to the case and potentially reducing any privileged communication.
And did you make the decision of what to remove and what not to remove personally?
I did not. The decision of what to remove was made by Price Summer with the Ninth Circuit Solicitor's Office.
And she's an attorney?
She is an attorney.
All right. And you then produced a redacted copy of the digital evidence, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you provided that back to Dylan Hightower.
That is correct.
Did you provide any further analysis to the data itself?
I did not.
Did you redact any call logs from that data you're providing?
Call logs were not redacted at all.
All right. Let's move on. You've also been involved in one other aspect of this case. I'll show you it's been marked as States Exhibit 299. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what is it?
This is a chain of custody form from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, which we commonly refer to as SLED.
All right. And do you see any handwriting on there that is yours?
I do.
All right. And what date did you sign that form?
June 9th, 2021.
Okay. And that form is related to what phone exactly?
There was a Apple iPhone 11 that was collected and brought to me by Special Agent Ryan Kelly with SLED.
Okay. And was that phone locked when he provided it to you?
It was.
All right. And did you, in your forensic investigation, did you attempt to unlock the phone?
I did.
Were you successful?
I was not.
All right. And is that Paul's phone?
I believe it was, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And at this time, State would move to Exhibit 299 to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
So move it.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked, excuse me. to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 274. This is going to be for ID purposes only. Let me ask you if you recognize that, sir.
I do.
And what is that?
This is the iPhone 11 that was brought to me by Special Agent Ryan Kelly, the SLED.
And that's the phone you attempted to unlock but were unsuccessful, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And I believe on that bag there's an orange sticker. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that orange sticker?
This is a sticker I place on devices that I have attempted to process or processed successfully.
Okay. And at this time, State's going to move to put this in as ID only.
Objection, ID only, Your Honor.
This time, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 298. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
This is also a chain of custody report from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED.
All right. And do you recognize your signature on that form, sir?
I do.
What time, what date, excuse me, did you sign that?
This is August 12th, 2021.
And what does that form signify?
This is the date I returned the phone to Special Agent Kelly.
And at this time, State would move to place Exhibit 298 in evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
And so you attempted to unlock Paul's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And you were unsuccessful.
That is also correct.
Did you alter in any other way the data that was on Paul's phone during that time?
No, sir.
No further questions from the State.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Philip Barber. I'm one of the attorneys for Mr. Murdaugh.
Good afternoon.
I really just have one question. When you received this phone, was the battery completely dead?
The phone was powered off when I received it.
Did you charge the phone after you received it?
I did.
But do you know whether or not it was completely dead, battery dead when you received
I
it?
do not recall if the battery was completely drained.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Nothing from the State.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call you next, please.
Police court. State calls John Van Houten.
Raise your right hand, left hand on top. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Take a seat if you understand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Jonathan Van Houten, V-A-N-H-O-U-T-E-N.
Mr. Van Houten. Where are you employed, sir?
United States Secret Service.
All right. And how long have you been employed there?
This April will be 3 years.
All right. And are you currently a law enforcement agent?
I am not.
Okay. And you're a civilian employee of Secret Service?
I am.
All right. But you do have a background in law enforcement, correct?
Yes, I retired after 21 years with the Columbia Police Department as an investigator, where the last 10 years I was assigned as a digital forensic examiner with the U.S. Secret Service.
Okay. And you were a task force officer
Correct.
during that time?
Yes.
And you retired from the Columbia Police Department when?
April 20th, 2020.
And in this case, you were provided a phone by, I believe, Britt Dove. Is that correct?
Lieutenant Dove, correct.
show you State's Exhibit 271. I want to see if you recognize this document, sir.
This is the SLED law enforcement, or Stock County Law Enforcement Division chain of custody that was submitted to me by Lieutenant Dove.
All right. And do you recognize your signature on that form?
I did sign this form.
All right. What day did you sign that form?
March 21st, 2022.
Okay. All right. At this time, State would move Exhibit 271 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you State's Exhibit 272. Let me see if you recognize that, sir.
This is an evidence photo that I acquired of the device that was submitted to me.
You took that picture?
I did.
And do we see a sticker on the back of that phone?
There is a yellow sticker on the phone.
What is it? Can you read that sticker, please?
It's, it appears to be some type of case number, evidence number, identified as an Apple iPhone, the model number with a SIM, and an agency case number.
And if you just read the case number and the item number.
7021-0204, item number 10.
Thank you, sir. So at this time, State moves Exhibit 272 in evidence.
No objection.
So admitted. All right, so I believe you said March 29th of 2022 is when Lieutenant Dove provided you that phone, sir?
March 21st.
Excuse me, yes, 21st. All right, and why did he bring it to you?
It's my understanding that the phone was locked, and SLED requested assistance of the Secret Service to unlock the device.
And at Secret Service, at that time, did you have tools available that could potentially unlock that phone?
Yes.
And did SLED have those tools, at least on that date?
At that time, they did not.
Okay. All right, and what tool did you use to attempt to unlock that phone?
For this, for my unlock attempt, I used a tool called Celebrite Premium.
Okay. And Sell by Premium is a way to potentially break into, locked phones, correct?
That is the only use for that tool.
All right. And just generally speaking, how does Sell by Premium attempt to unlock a locked phone?
It uses its proprietary software in an attempt to brute force the device.
Okay, what does brute force mean?
Brute force is if we don't have the code, we will attack the device, attack the data on the device to try to brute force the passcode to get the code for it to unlock the device.
And a device that's locked, why does it need to be unlocked for you to access the data? What underlying condition exists that prevents you from seeing the data?
Well, for Apple iPhone devices, there are two types of locks. There are before first unlocked and after first unlock. Before first unlock is the phone is either powered down, it's been turned off and rebooted, or a code has been entered in too many times incorrectly. If you were to, an analogy for it, if you think of it as a bank vault, it is the before first unlock, at which we have to brute force the device, is like the big steel door.
Okay. And that underlying data is encrypted, correct? Otherwise?
Yes.
Okay. And you would not be able to read that data, correct?
I have to unlock the device to get to the data to decrypt it.
Okay. And so Cellbrite Premium, you said, attempted to do a brute force unlock, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, was that attempt successful?
It was successful because I generated a predefined dictionary to attempt first prior to the tool using its own dictionary.
Okay. And what do you mean by that? What does that mean?
Well, humans are creatures of habit. They like to use numbers that are relevant to them. Most people will use their date of birth, an anniversary, a child's birth, the death of a parent as the access code. So what we do generally is we get as many social engineered codes or dates that are relevant to the particular phone that we will attempt first. Once that attempt is no longer viable, the tool will use its own dictionary to start a hardcore brute force process.
And absent kind of getting lucky with a preceded number, if the Cellbrite Premium has to brute force its way through and unlock a phone, How long would that take?
So for a 4-digit phone, if you had a 4-digit numeric PIN code, we're limited to an attempt of 146, maybe 145 attempts per day. So a 4-digit code has a maximum possible numeric value of 10,000 attempts. So at 146 attempts a day, it would roughly take a little over 2 months to 68 days to unlock that phone. Adding 2 extra numbers to a 6-digit, going from a 4-digit to a 6-digit, there are approximately 1 million possibilities now. At 146 attempts per day, it could take upwards 19 years.
All right. Now, you said that you could only do 146 attempts a day, is that correct?
Based on technology at the time and current technology, technology is progressing, so it is getting faster.
Okay. Why is the software limited to just 146 attempts a day?
This is a security protocol chip built into Apple. It limits the time frame that somebody can attempt to brute force a device. The first is, it's an average of 1 attempt every 15 minutes.
All right. But ultimately, you said you seeded several numbers into Cellbrite Premium to give it some potential guesses first before just start going through all the other numbers, correct?
Yes. Once I start the brute force process, there is an option for me to enter my own dictionary or numbers that are relevant, that I think is relevant to the user of the device. In this case, I entered a number that successfully unlocked the phone rather quickly.
Okay. And what was that number associated with?
I believe the number was associated with the date of birth of Paul Murdaugh.
Okay. All right. And so once you successfully unlocked the phone, what did you do with it, sir?
I notified Lieutenant Dove that the phone successfully unlocked. I advised him that I was going to be getting a full file system extraction since I still had the phone in my possession. Lieutenant Dove provided me with an external hard drive to place the extraction on, at which time I did.
So you did a full file extraction and placed it on a hard drive, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you examine the contents of that full file extraction?
I did not. SLED has their own examiners. We did the extraction for them, but they analyzed the phone.
And so the data you placed on a hard drive and provided to Britt Dove, is that substantially the exact same data that you extracted from Paul's phone?
It is.
Okay. Is it changed in any significant manner?
It has not.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 273. Do you recognize that document, sir?
This is the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division chain of custody where I returned the phone to Lieutenant Dove.
All right. And do you recognize your signature on there?
I do.
All right. And what date did you sign that?
March 24th, 2022.
All right. And you then provided Paul's phone back to Lieutenant Dove, correct?
Correct.
At this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 273 into evidence.
Submit it.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as ID. I believe this is 274. Do you recognize that item, sir?
Yes, this is the phone I received.
Okay, and that sticker on the back?
It matches the photograph that I took.
Okay. The photograph we put in evidence, the sticker on his phone matches that, correct?
It does.
Okay. All right, one last question, Mr. Van Houten. There have been a couple questions about Faraday bags in this trial. What is a Faraday bag, sir?
A Faraday bag is basically what it is a bag that shields electronic signals from entering or exiting the bag.
Okay. And what is the danger, by placing a phone in a Faraday bag, what is the danger you're trying to prevent?
We're attempting to prevent a remote wipe or a remote destruction of the data on the device.
Once law enforcement takes a phone into evidence or custody, are there other ways to prevent a remote light?
Absolutely. Powering the phone down completely, not leaving it plugged to a charger, removing the SIM card, or the easiest is to place the phone in the airplane mode. It'll disable the cellular data and the Wi-Fi signal.
And you said that the danger is the phone could be remote light.
Yes, somebody with the account username and password could log into the iCloud account and set a remote signal. That signal will remain on the tower or on the network until the phone is reactivated. So yes, somebody would have to have the username and the password to log in to commit that offense.
Okay, and was the phone that you did an extraction of, was it light when you received it?
It was not.
Nothing further from the state for this.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. We will recess until till 2:15. Recess till 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
It is okay to be so stressed and overwhelmed that you feel like you need to talk to someone about it. And by that, I mean going to therapy. Lately, the transition from college into post-grad and working full-time and adulting has been really stressful. It's a lot of change. And so I've been using BetterHelp
You may now be seated.
Yes, sir.
Please report, Your Honor, before the jury brought in, I have a matter of law I'd like to deal with.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we've been informed by the Attorney General, has been very accommodating, and telling him who he's going to call this afternoon or this morning. One of the witnesses would be Brett Dove, and Brett Dove, I think they'll agree, is the person that did receive the extract from, you heard the Secret Service agent this morning, and did some analysis on it. I'd like to show the court. Is this working? Can I have the Elmo on, please? State's Exhibit number 299. Where can I see that? Okay, and this is, wait, just let me have you push it up in just a minute. You don't need to. That's a receipt of property for Paul Murdaugh's phone, and if you'll slide the thing down a little bit, no, the other way. You'll see that Bobby, what's his last name, Bancroft? Right. Received it from David Owens, who gave it to Bobby Bancroft, who then gave it to, gave it to who? R. Kelly? Yeah. Right. And then Paul McGonigal, we heard from this morning, gave it to, he was at the Charleston Sheriff's Office, gave it to, whose name is that? Looks like Brian Heddick, who gave it to, well, it got to Brian Heddick at Computer Crimes, I guess by Ryan Kelly. The point I'm trying to make, Judge, let me show you the second page, is there are a number of people in the chain of custody on this phone who haven't testified yet. As a result, if Mr. Dove is allowed to testify about the contents of the phone, which he received from Secret Service, we believe that breaks, that would not complete the chain of custody. All we're saying is call these other people, and I mean, they're not going to be long witnesses, to complete the chain, to authenticate that what exactly came out of that phone was the phone that was found at the scene on Paul Murdaugh's body. I don't know if this is complicated or not, but it seems to me that they ought to have to do that.
Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just very quickly, as we look at the chain on and I'll take those, thank you, on Paul's phone, again, Mr. Conrad is going to call Lieutenant Dove here in a bit. We've had testimony from Jason Chapman about David Owen securing that phone. We've had introduction into evidence, Your Honor, without objection of both of these chain sheets. There was no qualification or objection to the information on these chain sheets, no hearsay objection or anything like that on both of these, which carried the chain all the way through. And then, of course, but we have testimony about the collection of that phone. We have testimony from multiple witnesses about the manner in which agents secure phones and the rest of that. And then we have testimony about that phone going essentially through a couple of couriers to Paul McGonigal, who just testified as to his involvement with that phone, as well as to his delivery of that back to Lieutenant Dove. And then you've had testimony from Agent Van Houten, who received that phone and analyzed it and then delivered that back to Lieutenant Dove. And Lieutenant Dove is going to be here to complete that chain. So if you look at the case law, and we do have some cases prepared if you need them. Where's the copies of those, please, Your Honor? This is not fungible evidence, and the case law is very clear, Your Honor, that chain, you don't have to call every single person that touched the evidence throughout the way, that it only needs to be established as much as is practicable, and I think we've done that in great detail. That's
a critical question. Is it fungible or non-fungible? Is a cell phone fungible or non-fungible?
If you look at the exterior, it's fungible. You can't tell one. iPhone 11 from any other one until you open it, okay? But is the phone that was found at Paul, is that the same phone? And that's why you have the chain. It was cracked open and they got the material from, they want Doug to analyze. It is, this is an iPhone 11, Your Honor. It's not Paul's.
And Your Honor, again. we've
Fungible or
had-
non-fungible?
I'd say that it's not fungible, Your Honor, and again, I think we've had, it's clearly not fungible, and there's been
Clearly not fungible. And you say clearly, what do you mean?
well,
Generally, when things are clear, then we don't have a debate.
fair enough, that's kind of point. I strenuously object, Your Honor. I apologize. But anyway, Your Honor, when you look at something like cell phone evidence and you look at the class of types of evidence that are clearly fungible, those two are I think, different in the manner in which they exist and the manner in which they are. And I'm not aware of any case that's ever held a cell phone as to be fungible. It is a physical item. Additionally, this particular one, I'm sorry, John, what does that say? And additionally, this particular cell phone has a serial number and an IMEI that is specifically identifiable. The cell phones are not fungible. They are specific. They have specific identifying information like that. And so again, I think that given the weight of that and the weight of what we have established, we more than established the chain.
No, chain of custody, I'm sorry. These, I'm sorry, I apologize. Your Honor, I note on this chain of custody, there's no serial number, there's no IME number, there's nothing on these documents. I'd be happy, it's State's Exhibit 298 and 299. There's nothing on these indicates. It's just matter of fact, the description is Paul's cell phone. There's no identifying data on this whatsoever. And by the way, I think we've been sort of lax. We should have asked all these witnesses how they know it was this cell phone. They never testified to serial numbers. That's water over the dam, under the bridge. But perhaps I should have asked that.
Well, and again, Your Honor, these came in without objection associated with testimony about that specific phone that people like McManigal and Agent Van Houten have specifically identified as associated with these chain sheets and with that specific phone. So again, I think that's a specific identification and they are not fungible in that regard.
Again,
Cases that you said you have.
Your Honor, and I've got a copy right here. This isn't specifically, may I hand it up to Your Honor?
Tell me about the case.
So again, Your Honor.
State v. Pulley, yes, sir.
All right, and again, this is just a general, this isn't related to cell phones in specific, but it does talk about, establishing the chain of custody as far as practicable. And again, it talks about where the evidence establishes the identity of those who have handled the evidence and reasonably demonstrates the manner of handling of the evidence, which we've had testimony as to both of those. Our courts have been willing to fill in gaps in the chain of custody due to an absent witness. Proof of the chain of custody need not negate all possibility of tampering so long as the chain of possession is complete. It goes on, Your Honor, and that, I apologize, that was from Head Notes 4, 5, and 6. It goes on to talk about a perfect chain of custody is not required. I think the evidence here on the whole has been more than sufficient to establish the chain. And additionally, even beyond that, I think that none of that precludes Lieutenant Dove to testifying about, given the foundation that's been laid, to testifying about the contents of that extraction pending any additional witnesses that will come in. I don't think that's precluded at this time either. He can still go forward and testify as to the extent of his testimony about that extraction, and certainly understanding that any additional witnesses are still forthcoming. So I don't think that precludes him from testifying as to the contents of that extraction.
Your Honor, with all due respect to the Attorney General, the footnote says when establishing Head Note 4, when establishing chain of custody of fungible, bolded evidence where multiple people have handled or analyzed the substance, the identity of the individuals who acquired the evidence and what was done with the evidence between the taking and the analysis must not be left to conjecture. And there's nothing in any document we've heard or any witness that is specifically identified that I got cell phone M4381 and gave it to somebody else who says, I got that same cell phone because it had the same serial number. I mean, if that's not conjecture, I don't know what is. And again, what's the big hurdle here? He's got 3 people he needs to call. Unless there's a problem with one of them, that signed this document that didn't have it. And I think that this is an important piece of evidence. And we ought to just require what's required by this case and every other case where there's a fungible item.
Your Honor, again, going back to headnotes 4 and 5, testimony from each custodian of fungible evidence, however, is not a prerequisite to establishing a chain of custody. Again, we've had testimony about collection, we've had testimony about the manner of collection, and we've had testimony from those who actually analyzed it in the interim to get to Lieutenant Dove, who will then complete that analysis. So we've got testimony about collection, we've got chain sheets supporting that, and then we'll have every person who actually analyzed it. And I think that's more than sufficient chain to establish its admissibility at this time.
Anything further? Last word.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense.
All right. To the extent that this is a motion to exclude this testimony, the motion is denied. I do not believe that the portion of this case that State v. Pulley that says the identity of individuals who acquired the evidence and what was done with the evidence between the taking and the analysis must not be left to conjecture. I believe that a cell phone is not a fungible item, but it is complicated to the degree that there was analysis done with the cell phone, but the testimony, particularly the testimony of Van Houten, sufficiently establishes that this phone was not tampered with, could not be tampered with, and I believe that the state has sufficiently established a chain. Cases have held that a perfect chain is not necessary, and I believe the state has sufficiently established the chain of custody to the degree necessary that the next witness can testify. So I deny the motion, and the objection is noted for the record.
Your Honor, make sure the record is complete. All due respect, we accept her from your ruling.
It's noted for the record, yes.
From the old school, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Bring the jury.
Your Honor, to be clear, we do have one interim witness before that witness will testify.
Dad, we got this.
We got this.
I'm gonna check out town, okay?
You got this. We got this.
Life is for living.
We got this.
Let's partner for all of it. Edward Jones.
A mother and son found dead, millions of dollars in missing money, and the downfall of a family dynasty. The saga of the Murdaugh family attracted national attention after disbarred South Carolina lawyer Alec Murdaugh was accused of killing his wife and son.
Every day, almost, since the homicides, something new has happened, and I think that's just captivating to people.
Murdaugh was charged with 2 counts of murder in July 2022 after his wife Maggie and son Paul were found fatally shot a year earlier at the family's hunting estate. He's pleaded not guilty to the charges and will face trial in Colleton County, South Carolina. Here's what you need to know about the case against Alec Murdaugh. The first stage of the trial is jury selection, but because of the prominent family name, selecting 12 jurors that aren't familiar with the Murdaugh family or the case will be a challenge.
Jury selection is just going to be incredibly tough. Everybody knows that.
Tell us where you live.
That's because the legacy and legal influence of
tell
the
us a little bit
Murdaugh
about yourself.
family in
Grew up there,
southeastern
or-
South Carolina
Grew up
dates
there,
back
born and
to
raised
the
in
early
Barnwell.
1900s. The family established one of the state's
Worked there
dominant
my
law
entire
firms
career,
in
of
1910,
28
and
years
3
with the Department of
generations of
Natural
Murdaughs
Resources.
have presided as
Still live in
solicitors
Barnwell.
over the
Where do
14th
you work
Judicial
now?
Circuit, which covers 5
I'm the
counties
Region
in
3
South
captain,
Carolina.
which is the Midlands region.
From
Lake Murray,
1920,
Lake Marion.
when the first Murdaugh ran for office,
And is that law
until
enforcement position?
2006,
Are you a
they
class
knew
one
every
officer?
law enforcement
I am.
officer.
And you said
in
you've
their
been with
region.
DNR how
The
long?
local
28
agencies
years.
that first
that been
arrived
the
at the
extent of
crime
your law
scene
enforcement
recused
career? Yes,
themselves from the case because
Are
of
you
the
still
family's
employed
close
there?
ties
Yes, sir.
to law enforcement.
Do you have any other businesses or any
Even
other
now,
economic
even
stuff
with
you're
Alec Murdaugh in
associated
jail
with?
for
I do.
more
Back
than
in
a year,
2016,
people are still intimidated.
I got
by
a federal
this
firearms
family
license
because
to
they've known
sell
their whole
and
life.
manufacture firearms.
And tell me how you got into that. What led you to develop that? Is that like a side business?
Side business is just a
While
passion I had
investigating the
of
double homicide,
working
law
on guns
enforcement
and
discovered evidence of a
building
string
guns,
of
decided to
alleged
turn it into
financial
business.
crimes.
All right. And
He
you
was a
mentioned
personal injury
federal
fraud.
firearms
His
license. Is that what
clients
people
were
know as an
some of the
FFL?
poorest
Yes.
of the poor
All right,
and
just
the
tell me
most
very
badly
quickly what it
injured.
takes,
And he's
what does it mean to have an
accused of
FFL?
siphoning money
It means
off
you
of
can-
judgments
can
that he won on behalf of his clients.
Transfer firearms
Murdaugh
to
has pleaded
individuals, you
not
do a
guilty
background
to
check.
most of those charges. But
Upon
in a
that
filing
sale or
submitted to the
transfer,
court, prosecutors state the alleged wrongdoing that led to these
If you're
charges
engaged in
gave
sort
them
of
motive for
commercial sale
murder.
of
Alec
firearms
was
or as a
under
business,
a
do you
huge
need an
amount of
FFL
pressure
to do
to
that?
Yes, sir.
turn over to
And
the
that's
court
different from
evidence of
private
his
sales back and
finances
forth,
in
correct.
a boat crash case involving his son.
And with
The
an
prosecutor
FFL,
said
does
that
it
if
come
he
with
had
an
done that,
obligation to
it would have
keep
led to the
certain
unraveling
paperwork
of this alleged
with regard to
scheme of crime
the
that he
firearms
wanted
that
for
you're
a
involved in
decade. And
selling?
that was
Yes,
enough
sir, it does.
to
And explain to
set
me some
him
of the
off
paperwork that you
that
have to
night
get and some of the
and
paperwork
kill
you
his
have to
wife and
keep.
son.
Prosecutors state that after Maggie and Paul were found dead,
When a
people
firearm comes
immediately
in
treated
to me,
defendant as the
it
victim of
gets
an
logged into a
unspeakable
log.
tragedy. The day of
Upon
reckoning
its sale or
vanished.
transfer out, it
The
gets logged
defense has
out
called
with
this
the,
theory illogical and
4473
implausible.
background check.
The prosecution
All
has
right, and
a
tell me
tough
what
climb
4473
here.
is.
They have got to
It's
prove beyond a
person's
reasonable
personal
doubt
information,
that Alec alone
gun
committed these
information.
murders in a circumstantial
It
case.
gets called
and
into
in
the
a case
ATF,
where the evidence is
and
in
it gets
in some
approved or
question in some
disapproved for
cases.
transfer to
The
that
shirt
individual.
Murdaugh wore on the night of the
federal
murders is
president,
expected to be a
instant
key
background
piece
check.
of evidence in the trial.
According
According to court
Get an
documents,
upgrade.
it had
And
multiple
switch up your
amounts of
style.
blood spatter, something prosecutors
Is
say
that the one we have to
indicates
find?
Murdaugh was close to one of his family members when they were shot. But in a separate filing, defense attorneys claimed that
and
the
so
state
where
used
would you,
unreliable
what-
methods
by
to
part-
test the shirt,
Yes, sir.
ultimately making it impossible to test
What
further.
type of firearms are you?
It could help the prosecution
selling?
if they're
I mean,
if
are
their
you
expert is
manufacturing
able
from
to say,
scratch, or how
yes,
do you
there
do
was
that?
this
Early on, I
high
did.
velocity impact spatter on
wasn't
the
lucrative
shirt.
enough,
But
so
it
I
opens
was
up a
just
chance
buying
for the
and selling.
defense because they were never
So
able
I
to
would-
have their
I would
own expert
buy a
independently
gun,
look at
configure
it.
it.
Instead, the
and,
prosecution could lean
provide
on
it to
digital
them.
evidence to help prove their case.
and
Court
so
documents filed
where
by the
would you,
defense
where-
describe
buy
a
parts
video
from?
recorded on
Well, what's a big
Paul's
source
phone
of parts?
saying he can be heard having a
I've had
lighthearted conversation with his
numerous,
mom and
but
dad in the background,
primarily Palmetto
which
State
places
Armory
Murdaugh at the
for-
hunting
for
estate a little
AR-15
over an
parts,
hour
but I've
before he
used
called 911,
20 or
which
30 other
conflicts with the
vendors
timing of his
throughout the course
alibi.
of me having the
The
license.
defense has said,
When people think about an
yeah, maybe he
AR-15
was
style
imprecise
weapon,
about,
can that just
you know,
fire
who he
like
saw
one
him
caliber
in,
of bullet, or
but
can
what that
multiple
video shows is them
calibers of
laughing
bullets
and
be
talking with one
configured with an
another.
AR-15
So this was a
style
loving
weapon?
As long as
family,
they're
and you're going to
compatible
tell
with
me
the
that after
magazine
this video
system
was
and
recorded, Alec
the
Murdaugh
bolt
shot
carrier,
his wife and kid?
many
That's
different
unacceptable.
calibers can be configured.
Like what? What's
The
the most
trial
common
is expected to last several
AR-15
weeks,
calibers?
and prosecutors
223,
are seeking
556,
life
which are
imprisonment for
more or
Murdaugh.
less interchangeable.
It's incredible to think
300
about
blackout, 6.5 Grendel.
Okay. All right, and the most common one you said was 223 and 556?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then 300 blackout is one you mentioned?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask you this. Are you at all related to the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I am.
All right. And what's the relation?
Our grandmothers were sisters. We're grown up with the Murdaughs as cousins.
All right, so you've known him your entire life or a
Yes.
long time? Okay. At any point in time, did the defendant, Alec Murdaugh, approach you about perhaps assembling or making some firearms for him?
He did.
All right, and do you remember roughly when that was?
Would have been around Christmas of 16.
Okay, and what was your conversation with the defendant over there about what he wanted you to put together?
He was looking for a couple of guns for the boys to hunt pigs with.
Okay, and did y'all have a discussion about what type of gun, what caliber, and that sort of thing?
We did. I kind of steered him towards the 300 Blackout just because of its effectiveness on hogs versus a 223 or 5.56.
All right, and just very quickly, between a Blackout and a 223 or 5.56, why did you suggest a Blackout as a more effective round than those?
larger caliber, larger diameter bullet, a little more knockdown power for pigs. A 223 at that time, there weren't many larger or heavier grain bullets that were effective.
So you suggested the blackout. Did he agree to that?
He did.
And again, he wanted these for the boys to hunt pigs.
That's right.
Or hogs. All right. Was there a particular holiday coming up that he wanted them for?
Would have been Christmas of that 16 Christmas.
2016? Okay. Did you ultimately assemble some firearms for him?
I did.
All right. And describe those firearms for us, how they were configured, what was on them. Give us some detail about them, please.
Initial conversation, and part of why the 300 Blackout was chosen was its ability to shoot subsonic ammo, and we had talked about possibly some suppressors for the same guns.
Let me slow you down real quick. Tell the jury what a suppressor is.
A silencer or a sound suppression device for a firearm.
So a subsonic round, you have to have a subsonic round for the suppressor to work. Is that correct?
It makes it most efficient.
Okay. All right. Keep going if you would, please.
That was kind of where I steered that way, but it was a pair of Palmetto State Armory lowers that I built some 300 Blackout uppers for, and one was configured in all black as he requested, and the other was Cerakoted, which is a paint finish, a ceramic paint finish.
I'm so glad we
in
did this.
a tan.
Life is for living.
When you say
Let's
Cerakote,
partner
is
for
that a
all of
service
it.
that you're providing?
It does.
Edward
It is,
Jones.
All right, and just very quickly, tell the jury what you mean by that.
A
What is
mother and
Cerakote?
son
It's a
found dead,
refinishing.
millions
It's
of
a paint
dollars
job
in
on a
missing
firearm.
money, and the
A lot
downfall
of
of a
items can
family
be Cerakoted,
dynasty.
plastic,
The
wood,
saga
whatever,
of the
but
Murdaugh family attracted national attention after disbarred
you
South
blast the
Carolina
finish,
lawyer Alec
original
Murdaugh was
finish,
accused of
degrease
killing
it,
his wife and
put a
son.
two-part finish
Every
on and make
day
it
almost since the
coloring.
homicides.
So the black one
something
you don't
new
have to
has
treat.
happened, and I think that's just
I'm sorry.
captivating.
The black one you didn't have to treat.
Murdaugh
like
was
that.
charged with
But
2
the tan
counts of
one you had
murder
to
in July
Yes.
2022 after his wife Maggie
Did, the
and son
defendant
Paul
request
were
any
found
sort of
fatally
optics
shot
or
a year
scope
earlier
on
at the
these
family's
guns?
hunting
We put a
estate.
pair of
He's
ATM
pleaded not
thermal
guilty to the
scopes
charges
on
and will
the-
face
on the
trial
rifles.
in
And
Colleton
what
County, South
specifically, why are
Carolina.
the thermal
Here's
scopes
what you
good
need
for
to
hunting
know
hogs,
about
or
the
why would they
case
put on
against
them?
Alec Murdaugh.
Hog hunting in South
The
Carolina is
first
legal to
stage
hunt
of the
at night,
trial is jury
with the proper
selection, but
permitting,
because of the
and
prominent family name, selecting 12 jurors
allows
that
you to
aren't
night hunt
familiar
the-
with the
the
Murdaugh
pigs.
family or the case will be a challenge.
Jury selection is just going to be incredibly tough. Everybody knows the Murdaughs.
That's because the legacy and legal influence of the Murdaugh family in southeastern South Carolina dates back to the early 1900s. The family established one of the state's dominant law firms in 1910, and 3 generations of Murdaughs have presided as solicitors over
All right,
the
Mr.
14th
Bedfield, I'm going to
Judicial
show you what's
Circuit,
been marked
which
as
covers
Exhibit
5 counties in South
302 for
Carolina.
identification at this time, and
From
see if you recognize that image
1920,
right there.
when the first
do.
Murdaugh
All right, tell me what
ran
that
for
is.
office.
Those are the two,
Until,
300 blackout
2006,
rifles I sold
they
out.
knew every law
All right, those are the
enforcement
two, the
officer
exact two in
in the
Christmas,
region.
is that
The
correct?
local
Yes.
agencies that
Christmas
first
22,
arrived
the
at the
original
crime
two,
scene
yes.
recused
Okay,
themselves from
and,
the case because
all
of
right,
the
let me,
family's close ties
Your Honor,
to
this
law
time I would
enforcement.
just real quick, if we look down at
Serious
the end of the
reputation.
barrel
Even
on
now,
these,
even
what are
with
those
Alec
things
Murdaugh
right
in
there?
jail,
Those would be the
Yeah, I'll put
suppressors.
this on the L
People
right
are still
And,
by
tell me about this
family
image. How do you
because they've
recognize
known
this
them their
image?
whole life.
What was going on when this image was
That
taken?
was the day I took the guns to Alec. I showed him.
While investigating
that's
the
how I
death
presented
See
them
that
to
on
him.
your
law
screen there?
enforcement
Yes.
discovered evidence of a
Suppressors.
string of alleged
Just real
financial
quick,
Still
if
in
we
my
look
crimes.
down at the
He was a
end
personal
of the
injury
barrel
We never
on
did the
these,
paperwork
what are
on the
those things
suppressors.
right
There's some
there?
Those would be the
Let's
suppressors.
unpack that a little bit. Where did you take those guns to him? Tell me about this image. How do
His
you
office.
recognize this image?
And
What was going on when this image was taken?
That was the day I took the guns to Alec. I showed him, that's how I presented them to him. Again, the suppressors are still in my possession. We never did the paperwork on the suppressors.
And let's unpack that a little bit. Where did you take those guns to him? Do you recall?
His office.
All right. And they're in some sort of case. Do you recall that case?
Yes, sir. That's my hard case.
All right. So you brought him in that case?
Yes, sir.
Did you leave the case with him, or did you take that back with you?
I have the case.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that we see the suppressors are on there. Did you ever deliver those suppressors to Alec Murdaugh?
I did not.
All right. Now, explain that to the jury. Why were you unable to do that?
To possess an NFA item, a National Firearms Act restricted item, where the federal government restricted the possession of short-barreled rifles, machine guns, suppressors, and short-barrel shotguns, you have to apply for a tax stamp through the federal government. It's a background check system that allows for the possession once you pass the background check.
Okay. And had Alec completed that additional paperwork?
No, we never completed it.
Is that, for the suppressor, is that additional paperwork in addition to what it takes to normally get
Yes.
the rifle?
Yes.
Okay. What was y'all's discussion, if any, about that paperwork and completing it and all the rest of it?
We had some random discussions. I'd egg him from time to time, hey man, let's get the paperwork going, and he was gonna put them in a trust, which is an entity which would own the items, and we never got it all put together.
Because of the special legality about suppressors, is it common for people to set up a trust, a legal trust that actually owns those suppressors?
Yes, it is.
And that was the paperwork that needed to be completed?
Look
at
that
them,
and the
blissfully
application
unaware.
side of it, but that was the biggest portion.
He was like, I'm gonna get back to you, I'll do it, and just never did. Did he pay for those suppressors?
He did.
He just never received them.
Correct.
Where are those suppressors to this day?
They're in my inventory at my business.
At some point in time, did you ever have another conversation with Alec about making another blackout? At
did.
this particular rifle,
when
did
roughly
put
was
any
that?
optic, recall?
It would have been,
Did Alex say,
around
don't put
April
an
of
optic on it because they already lost the other one?
2018.
Those optics are fairly expensive.
And what did Alec tell you?
Yes, sir.
What was your conversation with him
Roughly how
about
much
making
were the
a third
thermal
blackout?
optics that we see?
that Paul
in this
had
particular picture that's on the
lost or
screen?
misplaced his rifle and he wanted to replace it.
Had it been, okay.
$1,500 to
And, did this-
$1,800 each.
Did you ultimately make him a third blackout?
I did.
So the third one did not have
this
an optic
particular
on it.
rifle,
Did you put any optic on it? And did
did
you
not.
ultimately provide that weapon? Did
I
Alex
did.
say, don't put an
All right,
optic
well, tell
on
me
it
how
because they
you
already
provided
lost the
that.
other
Did
one?
Alec pick it up, or did
Those
somebody else
optics are
pick it
fairly
up?
He
expensive?
did not. When I let him know it was
Roughly
ready,
how
he
much were
said he was
the thermal optics that we
unavailable
see
and Maggie would come
on this
pick it up.
particular picture
Okay.
that's on the screen?
And is that what happened?
It is.
I admit it.
All right, and so tell me about that. Tell me
$1,500 to
about your interaction with
$1,800
Maggie
each.
when she picked that weapon up.
She came to town.
So the third one did not have an optic on it.
We met, did some paperwork.
Did you ultimately
and
provide that weapon?
handed me a check. And
All right, well, tell me how you provided that. Did Alec pick it
back
up,
to
or
him.
did somebody else pick it up?
He did not. When I let him know it was ready, he said 4473, unavailable, and Maggie would
You
come
made
pick it up.
3 blackouts, and is that what happened?
It is.
Excluding the optic,
And
roughly
so tell
in
me
the
about
same
that. Tell me
configuration.
about your interaction with Maggie when she
picked up
picked that weapon up.
She came to town,
Show you some exhibits real quick.
we met, did some paperwork, and she handed me a check and drove back to Hampton.
You gave the weapon, the
Yes,
third
sir.
weapon.
Yep. She would have completed the 4473 with me.
So you made 3 blackouts, excluding the optic, roughly in this same configuration. Maggie picked up that third, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me show you some exhibits real quick. Show them count. All right, let me show you what's been marked, previously marked for identification as States 247, and I'm gonna have you flip through those and just first tell me generally if you recognize the documents in States 247.
I do.
All right, tell me what those are.
The first would be the original check from Alec for the first 2 firearms, canceled check to me.
Let me show you what's
Second
been
would have
marked,
been the third from Maggie.
previously marked for identification as
Canceled check
States
to me.
247, and I'm gonna have you flip through those and just first tell me generally if you
A third
recognize
and
the
fourth page
documents
would be
in
the
States
firearm log.
247. And we'll talk more about that in a minute, but that's part of your firearm log, is that
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
All right, then I'm gonna show you what's
The
been
first
marked
would be the
as-
original
Hold on, I'm gonna staple this.
check from Alec for the first 2 firearms, canceled check to me. Second would have been the third from Maggie, canceled check to me. The third and
I'll show you
fourth
what's
page
been
would be
marked
the
as
firearm
States
log.
245 and see if you recognize this document. And we'll talk more about that in a minute, but that's part of your
I do.
firearm log, is that,
Yes,
tell me what
yes.
that is.
It
All right,
is
and then I'm
the-
gonna show you what's been marked as, hold on, I'm gonna
Original
staple this.
4473 from the first 2 firearms to Alec.
Let's see this back real quick. Your Honor, this time, we would move States 245 and 247 into evidence.
Admit,
All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as States 245 and see if you recognize this document.
I do.
All right, tell me what that is. This is
It is
States
the
Exhibit 247, and we're looking now at the
original
first page.
4473 from the
Describe
first
to
2
the jury what that is,
firearms to
please.
Alec.
All right, let me see this back real quick.
That is the canceled
Your Honor,
check.
this time, we would move States
Elliott
245 and
for the original
247
2
into
firearms.
evidence. For the original 2,
Yes, sir.
admit,
what's the price on that?
All right.
I can bring it to you.
I got it. $9,188.
All right, and what's the date on that?
This is States
Sorry?
Exhibit
What's the date
247.
on that?
12/23/16.
First page.
And this, is this a
Describe to
record
the
that
jury
you
what
kept
that
in
is, in
please?
accordance with your FFL obligations.
That check, no check, we retrieved
From
that from
Elliott.
my bank for the original 2 firearms.
For the original 2?
Yes, sir.
And what's the price on that?
Second page of this exhibit, Do you recognize that? Tell me what that is, please.
I got it, $9,188. Replacement,
What's the date on that, please?
300 blackout to Maggie
What's the
Murdaugh.
date on that?
12/23/16.
All right, and what's the amount on that one? Is this a record that you kept in
$875.
accordance with your record? All right, so the first one for
The
two of
check,
them
no,
was
sir.
$9,188,
We retrieved that
correct?
from my bank.
And the second one is only $875, is that right?
Yes, sir.
There's a difference between those, that the second one didn't have the optic and didn't have the
That is
suppressor.
the check.
So is that part of the difference?
Yes, replacement, 300 blackout to Maggie Murdaugh. That's the check she wrote to me,
All right, and what's the amount on that one?
$875.
Before we get to the rest of that, the first one from two of them was $9,188, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the second one is only $875, is that right?
Yes, sir. That is the
There's difference between
4473
those
for the first two.
that the second one
300
didn't
black.
have the optic and didn't have the suppressor. We see down here, is
Slings.
that part of the difference?
Yes, sir.
Form 4473, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And these are all the questions that you have to answer to buy a firearm?
Correct.
Okay. All right, before we get to the rest of that exhibit, let me go to
Richard Alexander
245. And I'm gonna show you this. This is what now?
That is the 4473
And
for the
right
first
here,
two.
what are these
300
two
blackout.
things right there?
That would be the serial
You see
numbers
down here,
from each
letter
of
that
the
says Form 4473,
firearms.
is that right?
Yes, sir.
And let me ask you this real quick. With an AR-style platform,
Correct.
is every part of it serialized, have a serial number, or if not, what parts are?
Only the lower receiver
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
is serialized.
All right. And when you talk about the lower receiver, let me take this back right here, what are these two things right there?
That would be the serial numbers from each
Point
of
to me
the
what we're talking about on this
firearms.
picture.
This portion of the firearm.
And let me ask you this real quick. With an
Put it back on the
AR-style
screen.
platform, is every part of it serialized, have a serial number, or if not, what parts are?
Only the lower receiver is serial.
So this portion right here is the lower receiver?
Yes, sir.
And that's the serialized receiver. Let me take this back
Correct.
up. And finally down here, what do we have right there? Point to me
The
what we're
date.
talking about on
What's
this
the date
picture.
on that? This portion of the firearm. January 10th,
I'm
2017.
gonna put it back on the screen. I'm gonna point to what you just did and tell me we got it right, okay? After these murders happened, did you ever get a call from
Yes, sir.
SLED agent Jeff Croft?
I did.
Is that somebody you knew prior to this?
Yes.
And knowing him from growing up in Barnwell or living in Barnwell?
Through my law
date.
enforcement career,
And
him
what's the date
at
on
the
that?
county and our kids. January 10th, 2017. We're in school together.
Did you have a conversation with Jeff Croft?
Yes.
After these
did
murders
Jeff
happened,
Croft
asked you to provide him anything? Did you ever
He
get
did.
a call
What did he ask you
from
to provide him?
SLED agent
The-
Jeff
the
Croft?
Paperwork you just
Is that
submitted,
somebody you knew prior to this?
4473 and
Yes.
the canceled checks.
Knowing him from growing up in Barnwell or living in Barnwell? When you
Through
initially
my law
responded,
enforcement
did you
career,
send
him
him
at
the
the
paperwork
county
for
and our
all
kids.
3 blackouts
We're in
that you
school
made
together.
for the defendant?
Not initially, I don't think so. I don't recall exactly.
Just the
Did you have
first
the
conversation
two,
with
yes.
Jeff Croft?
Yes.
And did Jeff Croft ask you to provide him anything? Have a subsequent
did.
conversation
What
with
did he
him at
ask you
some
to
point
provide?
later in time?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that
paperwork you
conversation?
just submitted, there was a third, and through an audit, I was able to
When you initially
backtrack
responded,
and
did you send him the
provide what
paperwork
I did on the
for
third.
all 3
So
blackouts
there was an
that
inquiry
you
made
made
as to
for
where
the
there
defendant?
was a third
Not
one. Not
you said
initially, I
yes,
don't
there
think
was
so.
a
I don't
third.
recall correct.
So
Exactly.
do you have
Just the
all
first
your
two. First two, yes,
paperwork
sir.
for that third one?
No, sir.
And
4473 is
did you
unaccounted.
have a subsequent
You went back
conversation
looking,
with
you
him
couldn't
some
find it.
point
Correct.
later in time?
Yes.
How did you make any efforts to determine
That there was
which
a
one that
third,
gun must have been?
and
Through an
based
audit,
on the canceled check, the
I was
date of
able
it,
to
and
backtrack
the
and-
only
and,
missing, provide what I did on the third.
So there was an inquiry made as to where
Exit
there
from
was
my
a
log,
third one, and you
it would've
said,
been-
yes, there was a third one.
Correct.
Do you have all your
111,
paperwork
I
for
believe,
that
is
third?
that? No, sir.
All right, I'm gonna take you
4473
back.
is unaccounted for.
Exhibit
You went back looking,
247,
you couldn't
and
find it.
have you look at the last 2 pages of that
How
exhibit.
did you make any
and,
efforts to
explain to me what you're
determine
talking
which
about?
one that gun must have been?
So each, based on the canceled check,
Firearm
the date
that
of
comes
it,
in is
and
numbered and
the only missing
described is a receipt
exit
and
from my
disposition
log,
form.
it would have been
But what was different about 111?
111,
It was
I believe,
blank.
is that?
All right, I'm
So
gonna
did you do
take
some
you
process
back.
of elimination here?
I did.
Exhibit
You
247.
looked at the date of that
and
check
have you
in
look at the last 2
April of
pages that
2018?
exhibit, and,
Explain to me what you're talking about.
Correct, yes, sir.
So looked in your log, and this was the one that didn't have any other
Firearm
information.
that comes in
Only
is
one of
numbered
the-
and
Many years
described
that
is a
it could have even been.
receipt and disposition form.
I'm gonna put this up on the
So
screen.
what was different about 111?
It was blank.
Is this 111 right there
So
that
did you
you're
do
talking
some
about?
process
Yes,
of
sir.
elimination here?
I did.
You looked at the date of that check in April of 2018?
And if they were laying next to each other, it's like a logbook?
Yes, sir.
And looked in your log, and this was the one that didn't have any other information.
Only one
This
of
was
the,
the blank one, correct?
many years that it could have even been.
I'm gonna put this up on the screen. Is this 111 right there that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
After you received that second communication with Jeff Crawford, did you provide him that log paperwork?
They were
that we
laying
just
next
looked
to each
at?
other, it's like a
Yes, sir.
logbook.
Correct.
Have you amended your
These pages are laying
federal firearms
next to each other.
license
This was a
forms to
blank one,
reflect that
correct?
now?
Yes. Yes. It was just a missing form. I reflected it that it was sold to Maggie Murdaugh on 4/14/2018.
All right. How many blackouts?
After you
received that second
you make
communication with
for
Jeff Crawford, did you provide him that log paperwork?
When was
that we
that
just looked
last
at?
one made?
Yes, 2018.
Have you amended
April
your
28th.
federal firearms license forms to reflect that now?
Yes. Yes. It was just a missing form. I reflected it that it was sold to Maggie Murdaugh on 4/14/2018.
All right. How many blackouts?
All right.
AR style
Thank you,
rifles.
Mr. Bedfield. Answer any questions
You
the
make
defense
for
may
Allen
have.
Murders.
3,
And when was that last one made?
2018.
April?
April of 2018.
Hold on for me 1 second.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bedingfield. My name's Jim Griffin. I represent Alec Murdaugh. The,
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bedfield. Answer any questions the defense may have, please.
no, I just need it all moved. Activated. Good afternoon, Mr. Bedingfield. My name's Jim Griffin. I represent Alec Murdaugh. Mr. Bedingfield, these were the 300 blackouts that were sold to Alec for Christmas in 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And one was black and one was tan.
Correct.
And and you know which gun went to which son?
I don't recall.
All right, and then Mr. Bedingfield, the 300 blackout, sometime, these were the I believe you said 300 blackouts that were sold to Alec. And was that a tan one or a black one that 2016?
It would have been black.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was black.
One was black and one was tan.
The second one was, the third one, I'm sorry, was black.
And and you know which third gun went to which
Yes.
son?
I don't
So
recall.
all right, and then the tan one was a replacement in this, then 300 blackout. Mr. Murdaugh would have had, or his boys would have had, you said in 2018? 300 blackout.
Yes, sir.
And was that a
Yes, sir, I
tan one
assume
or a
so.
black
After
one?
2018. It would have been black.
Excuse me?
It was
Now,
black.
So
The second one was, the
original
third one, I'm
price
sorry, was black.
was $9,188. One was black.
Yes, sir.
So if the tan one was lost, two firearms that then Buster and Paul got for Christmas in 20, boys would have had
Yes, sir.
two black, 300 blackout. And that included the
Yes, sir, I
cost
assume
of,
so.
after 2018, basic weapon, the AR, modified AR. Original
300
price
blackout
was
Correct.
$9,188. That included the cost of, for the thermal night scope.
Yes, sir.
And you said that's about $1,500 each. Firearms that
I'm guessing at that, but
Buster
Yes,
and
sir.
Paul got for Christmas
And
in
then
2016. So that's like
correct?
$3,000, but for two ballpark. And that included the cost of, and then the basic suppressor weapon, the AR, modified
they
AR, 300
typically,
blackout.
I don't remember on those,
Yes,
but they,
And
around
then it
1,000
included
apiece.
the cost of so that's
thermal
another
night scope,
2,000, so, and you said that's about $1,500 each? But
I'm
Mr. Murdaugh
guessing at
never
that, but
took possession
yes,
of the suppressors because. And then so that's like 3,000 for two
required
some
ballpark.
trust or some, right?
more paperwork.
And then,
More paperwork.
and then the suppressors, how much
And
are the
the,
suppressors?
They
But now the
typically,
replacement
I don't
that
remember
was
on those,
purchased in
but
2018 was
they,
only
around 1,000 apiece.
$875.
Did
So
you
that's
build the
another
replacement?
2,000,
Yes,
so
sir.
did the price go down in 2018? Mr. Murdaugh never
Well, the
took
lack
possession
of
of the
accessories
suppressors
and the
because
Cerakoting was included in that as well. Slings on this
required
rifle,
some
on the
trust
ones
or
we're looking
some-
at here. More paperwork
more paperwork.
were included in the first one.
And but now the replacement stripped down model that was purchased in 2018 was only
was the replacement
2018 just stripped down model.
Did you build the
basic
replacement?
as you could buy?
Yes, sir. Pretty
Did
much,
the
yes.
price
sir.
go down in
Similar
2018?
configuration. Well, the
as
lack
far
of
as I remember,
accessories
it was a
and the
free-floating
Cerakoting was included
16
in that as well.
300
Slings on
blackout.
this rifle, on the ones we're looking at
And-
here.
And you assembled
Were included in the first one.
ones in 2016
stripped
and
down
the
model
one in 2018.
of
Yes, sir.
Well,
And-
was the
and did you
replacement
get the component
2018
parts
just
from
stripped down
Palmetto
model,
State
State
Army?
Army?
I'm not sure exactly where they would have Pretty come much, from. The yes, sir. lower receiver would have Similar been, yes, sir, configuration, but the upper components, as far as I remember, it was those out, pre-floated, 6 different vendors. I'm not sure where they would have come from.
And when you, and you assembled.
Let me ask you about
the
the,
ones in 2016?
ejector. Do you know
And
what that
the
is?
one in 2018?
Ejector?
Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
And did that, and did you get the component parts from Palmetto State Armor? And is
I'm not
it
sure exactly where they
housed
would
in
have
a-
come from. The lower receiver would have been, yes,
Would
sir,
you
but
put
the
the
upper
ejectors in
components,
separately, or does that
I would
come
source those
in a
out.
bulk
Carrier group from different
They-
vendors.
they would be already
I'm not sure where
preassembled
they
in a
would have come
bulk
from. Carrier group.
Okay, and when you, do you know where you bought the ejectors?
let me ask you
for
about the,
2016?
No, sir.
I guess the
ejector,
ejector,
you know what that is?
bought the
Ejector?
ejectors for
Yes, sir.
2018? And is that
No, sir.
upper portion, lower portion?
Upper.
And
do you
and is
keep
it
ejectors
housed
in
in a?
stock?
I wouldn't, no,
Would
sir,
you
that
put
they
the
would typically be
ejectors in
already
separately,
pre-assembled
or
in
does
a
that
bulk
come
carrier group.
in a bulk carrier group?
AR-15 style. They would be already
Right,
pre-assembled
but-
in a bulk
but
carrier
you
group.
buy in bulk the
And do you know where you
pre-assembled
bought the ejectors for?
No, sir.
Carrier
As
2016?
someone requests something,
You know where you?
I'll source it out,
bought the
see where I
ejectors
can
from 2018?
find it, and, no, sir. Order parts to put together.
Do you
Can-
keep
can,
ejectors in stock?
I wouldn't, no, sir, that they would
300
typically be already
blackouts.
pre-assembled in the bulk carrier groups on AR-15 style guns.
Sold without
Right,
having to
but-
have
but
someone
you
like
buy
yourself build
in
in
bulk
bulk,
the
the pre-assembled.
Who carries 300
No,
blackout?
sir.
cameras?
As someone requests something, I'll source it out, see where I can. Common in the state of South Carolina is Palmetto State Armory. Order
So they
parts,
assemble
that's where,
themselves.
I was a dealer for
Can,
them, and I was buying parts for them on a lot of
300
builds as well.
blackouts, and how long have you been selling or building 300 blackouts without having to have someone like yourself build?
So I've been in the business since 2016.
And carries
so
300
there's
blackouts.
A lot
I
of other
wanna
guns I've
leave
built
here.
as well.
Go buy one this afternoon. And this
The most
list that you
Common in the
had,
state of South Carolina is
I'm
Palmetto
gonna
State Armory.
through it, so they
That's
assembled
where
this,
I was a dealer for them, and I was buying
exhibit
parts for them
247.
on a lot of
Put it
builds
up
as
on
well.
Elmo. And how long have you been selling or building 300 blackouts? Thanks.
So I've been in the business since 2016.
We don't need to
so
publish
there's
anybody's
a lot of
name
other
there,
guns I've
but
built as well.
Are all those 300 blackouts or just
And
various?
this list that you had.
45 caliber,
I'm not
9
gonna go
millimeter,
through
multi
it,
for the lower, 410
but it is,
shotguns, 243 rifles.
Exhibit 247. I'll just put it up on Elmo.
And you said these are used,
And, that's enough, thanks.
that you recommended that these 300 blackouts be used.
We don't need to publish
for hog
anybody's
hunting?
name there,
Yes, sir.
but
And
are
are all
all
those
those
300 blackouts or just various?
Various.
this part of
45
the state
caliber,
or
9 millimeter,
or wild
multi
hogs kind of
for
a
the lower,
nuisance
410
to
shotguns,
game management, property
243
management?
rifles. Severe nuisance, yes, sir.
And explain that,
The,
please.
They do a tremendous amount of damage to property and
And you
crops
said these are
in this
used-
part of the state.
And,
How so?
They root,
you
as
recommended
pigs
these
do,
300
they
blackouts
root
be
up
used
crops
for
and
hog hunting?
woodlands and Yes, yards.
And is that,
they're very destructive.
I mean, and is that
And common problem, this part of the state
throughout
or?
the low country?
Yes,
Are
sir.
wild hogs kind of a nuisance?
And
to
have you recommended
game
the number
management,
of-
property management
a
to a
severe
number of
nuisance?
customers?
Yes, sir.
And explain that,
300
please.
blackouts.
They do a tremendous
root
amount
out
of
the-
damage to property
the
and
nuisance
crops. Yes,
and
this
hogs.
part of the state.
Do you have any estimate how many 300
They
blackouts
root,
you've
as
sold over
pigs
the
do,
last?
they root up crops and woodlands and yards. They will, little over 600 firearm
And is that a
transfers.
common problem throughout the low country?
More than
Yes,
100? And have you recommended a number of?
I don't know.
To a number of
a lot,
customers?
but
to
I don't know how
300
many.
blackout to root out the nuisance
Yes.
hogs?
I have.
Do you have any estimate how many 300 blackouts
You
you've
mentioned
sold
that
over the last?
you and Alec Murdaugh are,
No, sir, I wouldn't. I've a little over
Related?
600 firearm transfers.
How are you related?
I wouldn't know. Our grandmothers
I think it's
were
more than
sisters.
100? And does that make, and your,
I call us second cousins. We're cousins. but
your
I don't know how
fathers
many.
were first cousins, right?
Correct.
And you spend, over the years, you spend time with Alec and the boys?
I have.
You
Not-
mentioned
not
that
a lot
you
with
and
Alec, mostly with
Alec
John
Murdaugh
Marvin.
are, and you go, have you been camping? Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
With Alec and the boys? How are you related? That- I
Our
think that'd be-
grandmothers were sisters.
Dad used to host a big camp every year? Does that
I
make?
have.
And you're,
I
you been
call us
fishing
second
with them?
cousins. We're Not cousins.
Your fathers were first cousins, right?
Correct, sir, not Alec.
And
I have with
you
John.
spend, over the years, you spend time with Alec and the boys?
I have.
You've known Alec?
Not a lot with Alec, mostly with John Marvin.
Are you, you go, you've been camping with Alec and the boys?
gift,
at, some $8,000 is a pretty nice gift for a big camp every year? Two
I have.
boys, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've been fishing with them?
Not much.
Did you ever observe Alec
No, sir,
around
not
his
Alec.
sons? What kind of relationship
I have
they
with
had?
John.
Right.
I have.
And how would you describe their relationship? You've
It was
known
always
Alec for
good.
quite
I
some
mean,
time?
my entire life. When he called me, he was
you,
excited about getting these for his boys.
And it was a big Christmas for them.
Yes.
A gift of some $8,000 is a pretty nice gift for two boys, right? Second,
Yes, sir.
Did you ever observe Alec around his sons? What kind of relationship they had?
I have.
Less expensive to
And
buy
how
a
would you describe their
300
relationship?
blackout
It
directly
was
from
always
Common
good.
State
When
Armory?
When
rather
he
than
called me,
have
he was
you
excited
build
about
one?
getting these for his boys. It can be, depending
And it was
on
a big Christmas
configuration.
for them, I
Yes,
take
sir.
it. And all the, all right.
Any accessories that get added and
Okay. All right, so that's all the questions I have here.
Very quickly, Your Honor. You mentioned that one of the services that you
Less
provide
expensive to buy a
is the
300
Cerakote
blackout directly from Common
on
State Armory?
the tin one, is that
Rather than
correct?
have you
Yes, sir.
build
And that's
one?
kind of a painting process, painting and
can
then
be,
bake it, is
depending
that
on
correct?
configuration.
And if someone has a gun and, is it just tan you
accessories that get
Cerakote
added.
or can you, are there multiple colors you can potentially
Multiple
Cerakote?
That's all the
colors.
questions I have here.
Multiple colors. So if you want to customize your firearm, you can take it to somebody and get them Cerakote.
Yes, sir.
I can have a gun I've owned for 10 years, and I decide that I want to get it Cerakoted, and I can take it to somebody who can put it in the color that I desire.
Tin one,
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct? It doesn't have to happen right at the beginning. It's kind of a painting process, painting and then bake it, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if someone has a gun, and is it just tan you Cerakoted, or can you, are there multiple colors you can potentially
Multiple
Cerakote?
colors.
Multiple colors. So if you want to customize your firearm, you can take it to somebody and get them to Cerakote.
Yes, sir.
And I can have a gun I've owned for 10 years, and I decide that I want to get it Cerakoted, and I can take it to somebody who can put it in the color that I desire.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't have to happen right at the beginning.
No.
We have,
Right.
right here, multiple calibers of gauge, is that correct? We have caliber of gauge listed, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have a number of different ones right here, that's 45,
Yes, sir.
is that 45 ACP?
Looking at right here
Colt knife,
on
yes, sir.
All right,
page,
9, is that 9 millimeter?
third
Yes, sir.
page of
All right,
state's
and we have,
exhibit
what does that say right there?
247.
Multi, yes, sir.
What does that mean?
The lower receivers are stamped multi-caliber when they're sold as
We have,
bare
right here,
receivers.
multiple calibers
What
of
caliber?
gauge, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, 243, that would be, is that correct?
243. Yes, sir.
And we have a
Center
number of
fire
different
rifle.
ones right here. That's 45 right there?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Is that
sir.
45 ACP right there?
Yes, Colt knife, yes,
So
sir.
you're in the business of assembling
is that 9 millimeter?
multiple different
Yes, sir.
calibers, is
And
that
we
correct?
have-
Well,
What does that say right
yes,
here?
but multi, most
Yes,
of
sir.
what
What does that
is
mean?
on the
The
lower
lower
receivers are stamped multi-caliber when they're sold as bare receivers. The
410,
caliber,
that's a shotgun round?
yes, sir.
All right, 243, that would be,
A 243 center
one
fire
second.
rifle,
all right, 223 right there,
yes, sir.
and the 9 millimeter right there?
Yes, sir.
All right,
So you're in the business of assembling multiple different calibers, is that correct?
Well, yes, but most of what
Nothing further.
is on this page are entire firearms that are. that
Anything
are
further?
shipped.
Gotcha.
Thanks, sir. Call your next witness.
State
One
Call
second.
Lieutenant Britt Dove for sled.
Nothing further, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything further? Thanks, sir. Call your next witness.
State Call Lieutenant Britt Dove for sled.
raise your right hand and left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about to give this court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State your name again, that you put the witness stand. Swear your last name for the record, please.
Britt Dove, D-O-V-E. I go by Britt. I'm known as David Britton Dove.
Give this court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
And Lieutenant Dove, what are you currently employed, sir?
For the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, known as SLED, and the Computer Crime Center.
What's your rank?
I am a lieutenant in the unit.
So you're in supervisory capacity over the computer crimes unit?
Britt. Yes, sir, I am. Dove, D-O-V-E.
And how long have you worked
I
at
go
SLED?
by Britt.
I began my
I'm known
career at
as
SLED in
David
June
Britton
of
Dove.
2008.
And did you have law enforcement And experience Lieutenant prior Dove, to where are you working at currently SLED? employed, sir?
Yes,
For
sir,
the South
I did.
Carolina
I
Law
began my law
Enforcement
enforcement
career
career
in
in
December
December
of
of
1999
1999 in the Computer Crime
West
Center.
Columbia Police Department.
And what's your rank?
I served as a
I am a
patrol
lieutenant
officer
in
and a
the
school
unit.
resource officer
So
with
you're in
them. I
supervisory
also
capacity
served
over the
was
computer
with the
crimes
Richland County
unit?
Sheriff's Department.
Yes, sir, I am.
For several years as a resource officer.
how long have you worked at
And then I
SLED?
came back to West
I began
Columbia
my
as an
career at SLED
investigator
in June
handling
of
family
2008.
violence, elder abuse,
Did you
child
have
abuse,
law
sexual
enforcement
assault
experience prior to working at
investigations
SLED?
before coming to
Yes,
SLED.
sir, I did. I began my law
And since
enforcement
you've been
career
in
in
SLED,
December of
did you just say it was
1999 with the West
2008
Columbia
when you
Police
started
Department.
SLED?
Yes, I
sir.
served as a
What have
patrol
you-
officer
what,
and a school
roles have you
resource
filled
officer
at
with
SLED
them.
since
I also
2008?
served, was with the when I Richland began at County SLED, I Sheriff's began Department as the undercover several chat years as a specialist resource dealing with officer, internet crimes against and then I came children, back to West and Columbia also as an doing investigator, digital handling forensics, family whether it be violence, computers, elder abuse, child cell abuse, phones, sexual assault tablets, investigations, at the before time coming to GPS SLED. systems. From
And
there,
since you've been
I
in
moved into
SLED,
the
when you-
role
did you just say it
of
was
working
2008 when you
with file-to-file
started SLED?
yes, trading
What have you-
of
what,
child
roles
pornography
have you filled
and
at
dealt
SLED
with that.
since 2008?
And then from there, I moved
When I
into
began
the
at
role of
SLED, I
general
began as the
investigations
undercover
while
chat
continuing
specialist
to do
dealing with
digital
internet
forensics
crimes
before I
against
became
children,
supervisor. And also doing
You're
digital
a supervisor
forensics,
over
whether it be
computer
computers,
crimes, is that
cell
correct?
phones,
Yes, sir.
tablets,
And just
at the time
briefly, what
GPS systems.
exactly does computer
From
crimes
there,
is,
I moved into the role
Computer
of
crimes at
working
SLED,
with
they do several
file-to-file
things.
trading
One, when
of,
local
child
agencies submit
pornography,
digital
and
evidence
dealt
to
with
us,
that.
whether it
And
be
then
a
from
laptop,
there,
a
I
tower,
moved into the role of doing
tablet,
general investigations
DVR,
while
cell
continuing to do
phone,
digital forensics
servers.
supervisor. We will go and
You're a
try to
supervisor
extract the
over
information
computer
to look for
crimes,
anything
is
that's
that
relevant to the
Yes, sir, I am.
investigation. We
Just
also do handle
briefly,
some
what
investigations.
exactly does computer
We also
crimes
do
do at SLED?
internet and
Computer crimes
other
at
kind of
SLED,
investigations.
they do
along
several
with doing
things.
intrusion
One, when
investigations
local
with
agencies
servers and
submit digital
ransomware evidence to us, whether it be a
Now, you've talked
laptop,
a little bit
tower,
about computer and
tablet,
phone
DVR,
forensics.
cell phone,
And that's something you have experience in, is
servers.
that correct?
We will go
Yes, sir.
and try to extract the
Give us your brief
information to
description,
look for
and we'll
anything
get
that's
into more
relevant to the
details later as we
investigation.
go through
We
some of the
also do
evidence,
handle
but
some
what is
investigations.
computer forensics
We also
and what is
do
phone forensics and
internet
how are they
and
different?
other kind of investigations along with
Computer
doing
forensics,
intrusion
when we receive a
investigations with
computer,
servers and ransomware. Whether it be a laptop or a tower,
Now, you've
it's going
talked
to
a
be
little
treated
bit
the
about
same way.
computer
We're
and
going to
phone
attempt to
forensics.
remove the hard drive from it,
And that's something you
connect
have
the hard
experience in,
drive
is that
to a
correct?
physical
Yes,
write
sir.
blocker, which is a piece
Give
of
the jury a brief
hardware that we
description,
connect
and
it
we'll get in more
to. We also use a
details later as we go
software
through some of the
write
evidence,
blocker.
but
That way
what
we
is
can
computer
extract the
forensics and
information
what is phone
and get a
forensics and how are
bit-by-bit
they
forensic copy of all the addressable area.
Computer
on the drive.
forensics, when we
And then
receive a
that way, that's what we
computer,
work off
whether it
of,
be a
is that
laptop or a
copy,
tower,
so that
it's
we
gonna be
can
treated
then
the same
do
way.
disturb the
We're
original
gonna
evidence
attempt to
when we're
remove
looking
the
to see
hard
what's
drive
going
from
on.
it,
Connect the
Cell
hard
phone
drive
forensics
to
are a little bit
physical
different.
write
You
blocker,
can't remove
which is a
necessarily,
piece
especially with
of
the newer
hardware
ones, you
can be
can
connected
go
to.
and remove a hard
We also
drive
use a
from the
software
cell
write blocker.
So many
That way
times
we
what
can
we have to do is
extract the
connect the cell
information
phone
and get a
to
bit-by-bit
hardware
forensic
devices,
copy of all
whether
the
it be
addressable area on the
Celebrite,
drive,
Gray Key,
and then that way that's what
Axiom,
we
or
work
one
off
of the
of
other
is
ones
that
out
copy.
there.
So that we
Once
can
we
then
connect
do
it,
not
then
disturb
we
the
will
original
extract the
evidence when
information
we're
from
looking
that
to see what's
and then
on
work
there.
off that information that's
Cell phone
extracted
forensics
from
are a little
that
bit different
in
in
order
order
to
to
do the
remove
examination.
especially with the newer ones. You can't go and remove a hard drive from the cell phone.
And if you had training.
So many times what we
over
have to do
years
is connect
in
the cell
computer
phone
and phone
to
forensics.
hardware devices.
Yes, sir, I have.
Whether it
You
be
briefly described
Celebrite,
to the jury
Gray Key,
some of the training you had.
Axiom, or one of the other
Yes, sir,
ones
if I may
out
refer
there.
to my notes.
Once we connect it, then we will extract the information from that.
I am
and then work
currently
off that
a
information
certified
that's extracted
Celebrite
from that
operator.
in order to do the
I'm a
examinations.
Celebrite certified physical analyst. I'm certified in advanced
And if
smartphone
you had training,
analyst
over the
with
years
Celebrite.
in computer
I'm certified with, used to be
Yes, sir, I
Black Bag,
have.
Mobilize
Can you briefly
operator.
describe to the
I'm
jury
certified
some
as
of
a
the training
blacklight
you've had?
examiner.
Yes,
And
sir,
I've also
if I may
received
refer to my notes.
certification for Axon, investigative, certified operator, and examiner. currently I'm
a
certified
member of the
Celebrite
Secret Service
operator.
Task Force.
I'm
I'm
also a
Celebrite
member of the
certified
FBI
physical
cyber
analyst.
working task
I'm
force.
certified in
and
advanced
also the
smartphone
FBI
analyst,
InfoGuard,
along with
with
the South Carolina
Celebrite.
Internet
I'm
Crimes Against
certified
Children
with,
Task
used to
Force.
be Black
I
Bag,
received training
Mobilize
from
operator.
Celebrite.
I'm certified as a
to
blacklight
receive
examiner.
these certifications
And I've
and
also
been
received
tested on those.
certification for Axon.
I've also
investigative,
received
certified
training with
operator
National
and
White Collar
examiner.
Crime Center
I'm currently a member
for
of the Secret
basic
Service
data
Task
recovery and
Force,
acquisition, acquisition. I'm also identifying FBI electronic evidence, encryption, and metadata, and XML tags, along with the South Electronic Crimes Against Children seminars, basic computer skills. I've received training from Celebrate, network intrusion response program, certification to cell phone investigations. I've also received blockchain national white collar crime tracing and cryptocurrency basic data recovery and acquisition, and identifying and seizure of digital evidence, encryption. I've also metadata and national computer forensic institute electronic law enforcement seminars, the basic computer skills for law enforcement, basic network intrusion response program, introduction to cell phone investigation, forensics training, network intrusion response program, blockchain evidence investigation, and cryptocurrency anti-money laundering training. I've also received training from Access Data, also known as FPK, and attended the National Computer Forensic Institute with the Secret Service. I've received training from Texas A&M Evidence Recovery School of Engineering, Basic Network Services through FEMA, Point of Sale Training, Advanced Digital Training, Basics, Network Intrusion Response Program, Digital Evidence Investigation, Cyber Forensics Analyst, and I've also received training from Access Data, also known as FPK, Atlanta, Carolina, Social Media Resource Investigation. I've received training Black Bag from Texas A&M Technology School of Engineering, training to become certified services operator. FEMA, also with basic technology, digital forensics basics, 8-hour online network assurance, which is a forensic information security for everyone. Intro to cyber incident analyst, divide and response process. Also attended magnet forensics, virtual Atlanta, Carolina, pattern of life analysis, timeline generated activity, Black Bag, virtual summit technology, taking a bite out of Chromebook analyst, training to become certified mobilized operator, taking the first steps also into Windows basic technology for autopsy 8-hour online training, which is a forensic tool to use for computers. Intro to DEFR, the divide and conquer process. I've attended magnet forensics virtual summits for pattern of life analysis, timeline user generated activities, virtual summit taking a bite out of a Chromebook analyst, virtual summit taking the first steps into Windows and memory forensics, virtual summit the evolution of ransomware, attack, investigation, response, and prevention services. That's just to name a few. I have several more pages of them if you'd like me to read them.
I think that should be sufficient for now, anyway. All right. Have you been qualified as an expert in court before?
Yes, sir, I have.
In what areas?
I've been qualified as a computer forensic expert and also as a cell phone forensic expert.
All right. Approximately how many times have you been qualified in court?
6 times total.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce Lieutenant Dove as an expert in cell phone forensics.
Says in defense. No objection. He is so qualified as an expert in the field of cell phone forensics. You may proceed.
Thank you. All right, Lieutenant Dove, a few minutes ago you briefly kind of discussed the process of extracting data from cell phones. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Right, let's get into a little more detail of that process. First of all, when you receive a cell phone, in a locked state, are you able to access the files on that phone?
No, sir. We're not able to access all the files on there.
Why is that?
Because with modern cell phones, when they are in a locked state, the files are encrypted on there. They usually use 256-bit encryption, and they're based with the Apple phone, for instance, they're based at a file level encryption so that you are not able to pull the file out and look at it until you decrypt it or unlock the file.
All right. And once the phone is unlocked, you're then able to access the data, correct?
Yes, sir, we are.
What is a phone extraction, first of all, and then what's a phone extraction?
A phone extraction would be us retrieving as much information, user information off of that phone as possible. And then once we take that information, it's put into, depending on the software, a lot of times it's put into a zip file. And then we'll process that zip file with another piece of software to go through and decode and look at the information.
Okay. And what kinds of information can you get from a phone via an extraction?
There are several different types of extractions. One is an advanced logical extraction, which is kind of the surface level, what you would see on your phone if you looked at it. Then you have full file system extractions that go deeper, which will get hidden files that you may not see, like databases in there that will run in the background that you won't see, but yet it contains information. And then the ultimate is a physical extraction. Now, physical extraction involves things whether you're going to root a phone or you're going to jailbreak a phone. And what that means is, basically, I'm going in and removing all security features from your phone, so that now it's wide open and something could happen to it, which we don't practice rooting or jailbreaking phones because it is a huge security risk for the owner.
And I think you kind of mentioned this, but there are different types of phone extractions, correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
And just name a few of them.
There's the advanced logical extraction, like I described, it's just kind of the surface level. that you go through. It's what you see on your phone. If you look at it, you see the text messages, call logs, pictures, things like that. Then you have the file system, which are going to get you databases in there. They're going to get you things that you're not seeing, along with the surface level. And then, of course, you have the physical, which ultimately gives you programming ability to the phone.
So there's 3 general categories or types of extractions, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And imagine in doing this in your computer lab, you have access to multiple types of software to help you extract and process this data off these phones. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right. And what's some of the software you use to help you with these phones?
Some of the software we use, we'll use Celebrite, whether it's their UFED Touch, which is a hardware device to extract information. They have a 4PC version, which is it sits on your laptop or your computer. We'll use that to extract. There's also Axon by Magnet Forensics that we'll use to extract stuff too. And then Celebrite also offers several other things. The one we'll use a lot is GrayKey, which we use to extract information from iOS devices or from Android devices.
Okay. And how do you decide what software to use on what device?
It really depends on what we're looking for and the state of the device when we receive it. If we receive a phone that we have a passcode to they're just looking for call logs and pictures, the investigator, sometimes we'll just use Celebrite for PC or Physical Analyzer, and we'll just do advanced logical extraction for them. Most of the time, though, we always try to get a full file system because there's additional stuff we can see and look at besides just that surface level stuff. So if it's an iOS and Android, sometimes we'll use GrayKey. If it's one of the other ones, sometimes we'll reach out to the Secret Service if we're not able to and use Celebrite Premium.
And we'll talk in more detail about each phone later, but in terms of your testimony today, we're going to focus on 3 different phones, and that's Maggie's, Alex's, and Paul's. And you've been able to process all those phones in your lab, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
Just for Maggie's phone, what types of software did you use to process her phone?
For Maggie's phone, I used several different softwares. I did the extraction with GrayKey in order to get the full file system, like I described. That way it gets more of the databases, more of the surface level stuff. From that, I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer to go in and do the decoding and to analyze and look at the phone and the information on there. I also used Axon by Magnet Forensics. I used their tool to help validate what I was seeing with the Celebrite stuff.
And why do you use the 3 different types of software in this? Why did you use 3 different types of software on Maggie's phone?
GrayKey is primarily just an extraction device. Okay. It's a piece of hardware like a box that you would connect to, and it helps to extract the information. It doesn't do any of the decoding or any of the analyzing of it. I use Celebrite Physical Analyzer to go through to decode and do the analyzing. What I was finding on that, I want to validate that what I was seeing was being decoded properly and was right, so I ran through a separate piece of software so that I could see, and if it's getting the same information, then I know that both are decoding properly.
So, for example, if you find a particular text or photo that has a certain timestamp on using Celebrite, you want to check on Axiom to see if it has the same timestamp. Is that something you'd look for?
Yes, sir, correct.
And what would that tell you if you saw they had the same timestamp?
If it told me it had the same thing, they would have validated each other, that both were working properly and decoding the information properly.
All right. And you received a phone that's been identified, that you identified as Alex's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And we'll get into the details of you receiving it a little later. What pieces of software did you use to analyze Alex's phone?
Alex's phone, I used GrayKey to do the full file system extraction. At first, I didn't have the password for that phone, and then I was able to obtain that password. So I used it to the full file system, and then I ran it through Celebrite Physical Analyzer, and then turned around and used Axon to validate my results to make sure they were decoding properly.
Okay. And Paul's phone, which you've had an opportunity to process as well, correct?
When I received Paul's phone, it had a locked passcode that I was not able to bypass with Great Key. At the time, the software version that was running on the phone, the model of phone, it would not get a full file system and would not obtain the passcode. So I reached out to the Secret Service because they had additional resources to see if we could use their resources to obtain the passcode and the extraction.
And ultimately, that was successful, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And that was John Van Outen with the Secret Service?
Yes, sir. That was my point of contact. That's who I took the phone to and signed over to. And then I received the phone back along with a hard drive containing the extraction he had performed.
All right. And circling back to Maggie and Alex's phone, you provided passcodes for those two phones, is that correct?
Originally, I was provided a passcode for Maggie's phone. For Alex's phone, I received two phones at the same time on that case, or within a day or two apart. One was from him, had a passcode. The other one did not have a passcode with it. But I attempted, because we were creatures of habit, to use the same passcode on both, and it worked on it.
Okay. All right, let's, you've already referenced this, but let's go back and talk about the kinds of information you pull off these phones. And there's user accessible information that would normally be accessible by a user of the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And let's run through real quick again. What are some examples of that type of information?
That would be call logs, voicemails, photos. If you wanted to pull up and see things you had saved, like your alarms that you had on your clock setting, if you'd set any of those kind of things you would see on there.
All right. And in a nutshell, that kind of information, if you just open up the phone itself, that's kind of the information you could go and see for yourself if you just went through the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But there's other types of information on the phone as well.
Yes, sir, there is.
And that's information that a simple user can't necessarily access, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And tell us more about that information. First of all, where is it stored, how is it stored, and how is it accessed by in your lab?
Phones use many times SQLite databases to store information. They will go in, and inside those SQLite databases are things we're able to obtain by doing the full file system extraction. And things you may see in that from a big one's called Knowledge C database. You can see if the phone has been turned, if it's in portrait mode straight up and down, or it's been turned to vertical and landscape mode. You can see if the power goes out on a phone from the power log database, and what kind of battery percentage you may have. It also will have things in there in the encrypted databases. It'll have geolocation stuff from GPS stuff. It'll contain things like Bluetooth connections, where you can see if your phone connected to a Bluetooth device previously and when was the last time it connected to it. And those are some of the things you can find in the different databases.
All right, you just used a few words there. First of all, I think you said SQLite, right?
Yes, sir.
What is that, and what does that mean?
The SQLite database is a database that's contained, the best way to think of it is think of just one solid file. All the information is contained inside that file. That file will go through, and once it fills up, it will delete out the oldest stuff and keep the newest stuff. If you think about your phones, you use your phones a lot. Usually what's going to start filling up on your phones are photos, videos, music, apps when you put those on there, those kind of things. And you'll start losing size on your phone. Well, the SQLite database, because it's a file, it's not going to continuously grow and eat into all of that space. It's going to take up a certain amount to begin with because it's an operating system, but it stays within that contained file, and that's where the information is. And it's also set up by tables too. So you would have to go in and look at the different tables to be able to interpret the information.
Okay. Now, those types of databases, I think you just said, are typically self-contained.
Yes, sir.
And they don't just keep writing to cover the entire phone memory, do they?
No, sir. If you had a SQLite database like Knowledge C, for example, it's not, if you just continuously took your phone and went and changed the orientation of it, or you went and started doing things like plugging it into an outlet to charge up or unplugging it, doing different things like that, it's not going to eat up all your memory in the phone. Your memory is going to be mainly eaten up usually by photos, videos, apps that you download, things like that.
Is there a shelf life of this type of database information on a phone? Does it overwrite itself after a period of time?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And just generally speaking, how often is that type of database stored on a phone? How long is this for, I should say?
It depends. Depends on how much you're using that database. Some databases will do, it may overwrite information if you're using a lot within 2 days. If it's a location, like an encrypted cache database, it may hold it for 45 days. It's just going to depend how much, because it's self-contained, it needs that room. So it's always the newest in, the oldest out on that database, and it goes through constantly doing that. So it really depends on how much you're using that database, whether you may see something that's 45 days old in there, or you may see something that's 2 days old or 2 weeks old.
All right. And you mentioned a Knowledge C database. Is that a type of SQLite database?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what are some of the things you would expect to find in a Knowledge C database?
Many times in the Knowledge C database, you'll see different things where you may see orientation changes. You may see if somebody pushes a button on their phone, like a power button, or it used to be a home button in the older model of iPhones. You could see different things like that. You can also see things that we'll talk with the power log database, where it'll show you the percent of battery life you have left. If you plug it in, you start charging it. It'll go through and look at all those kind of different things to see, or just a few of the things it'll look at.
Okay. All right, and you mentioned location storage, and that's a type of Knowledge C database, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so it's not unlimited storage for location points on a phone, correct?
Well, let me correct that. Actually, Knowledge C, you have separate databases that do location.
Okay.
You have the cache database, you have the cache encrypted database, or just to name a few that will save location information.
All right. And so phones, depending on how the user has their settings, will store location data, correct?
Yes, sir. A user can make a selection on their phones whether they want to always give out their location only while using an app or never. It's a setting that a user gets to choose if they want, or it sets by default.
Sorry. And what are the different types of location data that a phone can store?
A phone can store many things. It can store cell towers that it's seen, depending on the database it comes out of. If it's the encrypted cache database, a lot of times it'll tell you what networks it's seen, but will not tell you the exact date and time that it has seen those networks. But it will tell you it's at some point in its life it's seen this network at this location. You have the cache database, many times it'll go through, and that'll be pulling GPS information. You'll have also databases that'll pull cell phone tower information if it's available.
And just, again, generally speaking, would GPS location information be more accurate than something like a cell phone tower location information?
Yes, sir, it would be.
All right. And again, speaking generally, Lieutenant Dove, when you do a phone extraction, are you altering the data that you're pulling off the phone in any significant way?
And no, sir, we're not.
Okay. And how do you tell that? How can you know that for sure?
For example, if we use a phone and you use Gray Key to do the extraction on it, it'll produce a report, and in the report it'll tell us if it was successfully pulling it. It also will give us an MD5 hash value at the end, which is a mathematical algorithm that goes through and computes a very long number with letters and numbers. We can then take the extraction and run our own hash against it for an MD5 and compare it with another tool to make sure those two numbers match, and that means that no data has been altered.
Okay. And have you performed these MD5 comparisons for the 3 phones we're going to talk about today?
Yes, sir.
And you're confident in telling this jury that nothing you did significantly any of the data that you're going to tell them about today?
Correct.
All right. Let me ask you real quick, what is a Faraday bag?
A Faraday bag is a bag that's used to put items in that can receive cell phone, Bluetooth connections, Wi-Fi connections, GPS things. It helps to block those items from being received on the device.
Okay. And are there other ways to block a cell phone from receiving those types of signals?
Yes, sir.
And what are some of those ways?
You can also place the phone in airplane mode. In airplane mode, when you set your phone to that, you will not be able to receive any Wi-Fi connectivity or cell phone connectivity from the cell towers. You can also remove the SIM card. It's another way of ensuring that you're not receiving those things. The difference in airplane mode versus a Faraday bag is that the phone will still be able to receive GPS coordinates.
Okay. All right. And what danger are we concerned about when we talk about putting a phone in a Faraday bag or in airplane mode?
That somebody could wipe the phone remotely.
Okay. And specifically, when you say somebody, who?
Anybody that would have, take an iPhone for instance, if somebody knows a user's iCloud name and password, they could get on, say the iPhone's lost or stolen, and it will wipe that phone.
Okay. And so if somebody has to have the Apple credentials, if it's an iPhone, it would have to be that person who could wipe that phone remotely, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Well, let me ask you this. Is there a way for someone to remotely alter the phone in any way short than just a full wipe?
You could do it by connecting a phone and doing an iCloud backup, for instance, with an iPhone. And then you would have to go through and remove whatever you wanted to, and then you would restore that phone to the previous iCloud backup you did. And then that way the phone would only go back to that previous state, and that's what it would show you.
Okay. But is there a way to remotely, other than the process you just talked about, is there a way to remotely access a phone and, say, alter a call log, for instance?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
Or any other piece of singular data on a phone? Is there a way to alter it remotely?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And in terms of policy, is for SLED, is it SLED policy to collect phones and put them in Faraday bag?
No, sir.
All right. Is there a SLED policy that governs how to collect cell phones from a crime scene or otherwhere, or from elsewhere?
The manual for evidence collection through the forensic lab discusses taking a phone and place it into airplane mode if available and removing the SIM card.
All right, let's talk about time real quick. How does a cell phone time, how is it set? Let me ask you that. The time you see on a cell phone, how is it set?
Cell phone time is set through the provider. Most of the times the phones will come default, that they will auto set to whatever time zone you're in, along with your provider, whether it be T-Mobile, Verizon. It sets through their servers. That way they know how to bill people, and they can also check it for usage time too.
Okay. And is a cell phone kind of like my oven where I set the time and a year later it's like 10 minutes off?
No, sir, not usually, unless you went in and removed the auto times on it. But then you would see traces of that when you look at it, that somebody's changed the time zone. It will go back to the original time zone. Whereas if you drove from South Carolina to Alabama, for instance, right after you cross that state line within a minute, your phone's going to update to that current time zone, which is an hour behind us automatically.
All right, and so when we compare two phones and we compare events on two different phones that occur, either at the same or similar times, are those time references the same?
Yes.
And how are those time references synced?
They're synced through the server. Each phone's going to be synced through the server individually, and then when you look at them, you can see what time zone they were set in, along with the reports, along with looking to see, and then you can always confirm if you needed to through like call detail records or something else if you want to go another step into validating the call logs versus what it's seeing from the cell phone provider.
Okay. I'm going to show you, it's in evidence as State's Exhibit 204. 204 is... It's not ID only. It was introduced yesterday.
Stand for a moment. Okay. You may proceed.
Please court. All right, I'm going to show you, this is in evidence, it states Exhibit 204. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize that, sir.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what is that item?
This is an iPhone that we received in case 7021-0204. It was item 1 that, when after being processed, belonged to Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. And you received that phone. Do you recall when you received that phone?
I would have to check my notes on the actual date. It was in June, I believe it was June of 2021. I received the phone from our evidence intake at SLED.
Okay. And what did you do when you first received the phone and you went to examine it?
When I received the phone, I returned to our unit where our evidence vault is held. I logged the item in to evidence. One of the processes we have when we log items in is we take photos of the item as it comes in. If it's got a cracked screen to it, we'll photograph that. If it doesn't have it, we'll photograph that. Once the item then is photographed, we'll go through, we'll process the phone as far as for evidence, where we'll go in, we'll look at the phone, we'll pull the SIM card out if it hadn't been pulled out, we'll check the IMEI number, we'll log it into our system, we'll place stickers on the phone and on the bag itself. Once that's done, then we'll take it to our evidence vault and sign it into a shelf in our evidence vault.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 277. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir. This is a photo I took when I examined this item.
All right. And that item being?
Item 1, the iPhone belonging to Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. And at this time, State would move to introduce Exhibit 277 to evidence.
Admitted.
And I'm going to show this. Are we up on the elbow?
Yeah.
Okay, what is this picture of? What do we see on this picture?
This is a picture of her settings on her iPhone. I opened the settings. I went in and pulled up. It shows the name of Maggie Murdaugh has been entered as a name for the phone. It also shows that the phone has been placed in airplane mode, that the Wi-Fi connection is off, Bluetooth connection is on, cell connection is placed in airplane mode.
Okay. So this is a picture you took, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And did you alter any of these settings yourself?
No, sir.
When you access this phone?
No, sir, I did not.
And we see the phone's in airplane mode, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that the condition you received the phone?
Yes, sir, it is.
And do you recall if it was powered off when you received it?
It was powered on when I received it.
But it was in airplane mode, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 276. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that a picture you took?
Yes, sir, it is. It's one I took during our examination of the phone.
All right. And that's, again, Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And at this time, State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 276 in evidence.
No objection.
Did it without objection.
All right. And real quick, briefly, what is that picture of?
This is a picture of one of the screens on the phone that show the different apps on there. It also shows on there that there has been notifications received to those apps, such as CVS Pharmacy. It shows the little number 1 there, that has been received a notification to that app.
All right, and when you see a notification like that, what does that mean to you? What does that tell you?
That they have been, one, that they have their notifications turned on. Because if you go through and set your apps not to notify you, then you won't receive them or see them. That a notification's been turned on for that CVS app, for instance, and that she has received a notification on there.
All right, I'm going to show you, it's been marked as States Exhibit 275. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is the location service from Maggie Murdaugh's phone. During my examination, I pulled this up, and it shows whether apps and different things, if one, location service was turned on, but then 2, if it was always running, if it was only while the app was being used, or it was set to never.
And at this time, State would move to introduce Exhibit 275 in evidence.
Objection.
Did it without objection.
Okay, can you read that, Lieutenant Dove, on the screen?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, and at the top, what is that? What do we see there?
At the top of it, on the left-hand side, you see the time of 12:30 with a little triangle next to it for location services. Then on the right-hand side, you see the little airplane to indicate the phone's in airplane mode. Then you see the battery, and it's hard to tell on the screen, but I believe it's yellow. It looks like on there that it's a low battery. Then it's the location services. It shows that location services are turned on. Then it goes down through several different apps, not all of them, but then shows like AccuWeather is set to never record locations. You got Amazon, Alexa, that's always, the App Store only while using the app, the Apple Store while using the app, Apple Watch faces while using, Apple Watch workout while using, and BCBS toolkit while using.
Okay. So these are user settings that presumably the owner of the phone would have set, correct?
Yes, sir. Majority of the time when you add a new app to your phone, it asks you, do you want to allow location services? Do you want to allow it all the time, only while using the app, or never? You can also go into your own settings and change those location services.
Okay. And for most of these apps we see on here, it seems to say that location services only be used while using. What does while using mean?
It indicates when you pull the app up and the app is in use, that's when it's recording the location that you're at. Whether it's running in the background or you pull it up and then close it completely out.
So if no one is actively using a particular app, the phone's not going to record location data, correct?
Correct, for that app, yes, sir.
For those settings where it says while using, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you Exhibit 278. You recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
This is a picture of Maggie Murdaugh's phone I took while I was doing the examination of it, and it shows the recent call log.
So that, at this time, I would move to introduce State Exhibit 278.
No objection.
Submit it.
And this is the recent call log from Maggie Murdaugh's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And we see some entries that are red and some are black. What does that mean?
The red entries on there indicate missed calls, calls that have been received by the phone but were not answered.
And we see the word Alex followed by a numeral 5. What does that mean?
That would indicate the phone is recorded that there were 5 missed calls from the person identified as Alex in that contact list.
And in addition, we see a missed call from Buster, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And 2 missed calls from John Marvin, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And can we see the times or dates on this screen right now?
It shows the date on there as far as the day of the week. It does not show the calendar date or the times.
Okay. And finally, I'm going to show you Exhibit 279. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a photo of Maggie Murdaugh's phone. When I was doing the examination, one of the other things I did was open the messages to look at it and take a photo of that.
And that's a picture you took, correct?
Yes, sir, I took that photo.
And so at this time, State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 279 today.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right. And this is those recent messages for Maggie, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And what types of messages would show up in this inbox?
In this inbox, you would receive SMS messages, a regular text message, and also MMS messages, which ones may also have a photo attached to them, would show up.
Okay. All right. And I see to the left of most of these a dot. What does that dot indicate?
That dot indicates messages that have not been read or opened.
Okay. Okay. So after you took those processing pictures of Maggie's phone, what did you do?
I continued to process the phone. I took the gray key extraction I did with the phone. I ran it through Celebrite Physical Analyzer, went through it, looked for information relevant that may help the investigators, also to see what kind of things were going on the day of June 7th, 2021. And then from there, after I finished that one, that's when I ran the extraction through Axon to try to see if I could validate what I was seeing.
Okay. And you mentioned it, but this was a full physical extraction on Maggie's phone?
It was a full file system extraction.
Okay, full file system. Okay. And you processed it in Cellbrite?
Yes, sir.
And does Cellbrite produce a full file system report?
Yes, sir, it will.
All right. And explain to the jury what that is and what it does.
A full file system report from Celebrite is going to have everything that it can decode and then put in a readable format for you. It's going to give you things like your health database stuff, like to show you your steps that you're taking, your calls that you've made or missed or received, your emails, your text messages. It's going to tell you if you connected to a Bluetooth device. It's going to tell you if you went and were in a certain area, you have geolocation information, such as GPS information. It's also going to tell you if you have mobile payments in there, where you can look and see what cards you had in your mobile payments. Just to name a few, it will pull thousands of pages of information if you ran a full one and pulled it. It'll also give you the configurations of apps. Also give you the databases too in that report.
Okay. And you just mentioned it, but a full Cellbrite report is rather large, correct?
Yes, sir. Depending on the size of the phone and how much information is on the phone, I have seen them run over 148 gigs in size for one report.
What is a gig?
A gig is a measurement that is used for data. Most phones nowadays, when you get them, are going to go 64 gigs as your smaller end, and they go up from there to 128 or 256 or even a terabyte now. It's how much data it'll hold.
And phones, let's say just new models the phones that Apple's selling, what's a common size that's sold by Apple today?
Most of the time, people will acquire a 126 or 128 gig size. Then the next size up is the 256.
This full-size Cellbrite report that you produced, for Maggie's phone, do you recall how large it is?
No, sir, not the full file system, I don't.
All right, but it's large, correct?
Yes, sir, it's, if I remember correctly, it's probably about 68 gigs in total size.
And if you wanted to print everything in that report, could you approximate how many pages it would take?
No, sir. I would be venturing to guess. Looking at the timeline, for instance, in a report like that, you're probably talking about 9,000 pages just for the timeline section of that report.
All right, I'm going to show you a box. I think the marker's on the inside, so you might need to open it up, but it's State's Exhibit 280. You can open it up and take a look at it. And what is the contents of that box, sir?
The contents of this box is a portable, solid-state external hard drive.
Okay. And is that something you've had access to before?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with that external hard drive?
On this external hard drive, I provided a copy of the file system report from Celebrite. I placed it on this hard drive.
And for whose phone?
This is for Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
And you estimated it was in the neighborhood of about 60 gigabytes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Plus or minus?
Yes, sir. It could be probably plus that.
And that represents the full file system that you pulled off of Maggie's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir, in a report format.
And the phone's in evidence sitting right there in front of you. Is there any significant difference in the data that's contained on that phone and contained on that hard drive, other than the ability to access it?
That's the only difference.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 280 into evidence.
Objection. It's admitted.
All right, Lieutenant Dove, we just talked about if we printed all that, it would be thousands of pages, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so for today, you've printed shorter reports that we can look at and discuss for Maggie's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
But those reports are pulled from that full Celebrite report on that hard drive?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to show you something that's marked as State's Exhibit 281. Take a look at that, sir. And you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a report, a Celebrite report from Maggie Murdaugh's phone that was pulled just for call logs with a filter established for just June 5th, 2021 to June 7th, 2021 as parameters for this phone.
And so those are call logs that were stored on Maggie's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir, they were.
And explain to the jury real quick, they heard from a Verizon representative this morning, what's the difference between call logs stored on that phone and call logs that might be stored by a company like Verizon?
When call logs are stored on the phone, one of the things on this report, for instance, it'll have network unknown. It's not pulling network information, so it doesn't matter whether you're using T-Mobile or Verizon for your phone, it's still going to pull the call logs. Even if you were to go and switch carriers from Verizon to T-Mobile, it would still pull the call logs from the database. One of the other things it'll do is it'll record times that the phone's receiving the call along with the amount of time that you spend on the call. It'll show if it was answered or missed on there.
Okay.
Conrad, we're going to take a break.
Yes, sir.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll go to the jury room, we'll take a 15-minute break.
may now be seated.
If you'll bring the jury, please. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Judge Dove, I believe we were discussing State's Exhibit 281 before the break. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And what was that again?
This is a Celebrate report from Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone extraction. It has just call logs for the date range of 6/5/2021 to 6/7/2021.
Okay. And I believe you said it contains information, the date and time a call was made, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
Whether it was outgoing or incoming call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And whether a call was answered or not, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at this time, State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 281 into evidence.
No objection.
Submit it.
All right, Lieutenant, this report is 20 pages long, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we're not going to go through line by line every call, but I'm going to focus on, can I have the Elmo, please? Okay. Let's take a look at Maggie's call log from the night of June 7th. All right, can you read that from your screen up there, sir?
Yes, sir. I can read down to item 8 on that.
Okay, and actually, we're going to go back a little bit more in time. All right, and let's look at line 14 on this report. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. And first of all, when I say line 14, what am I referring to on there?
On the left-hand side of the picture, there's a column, and when you build a report, it adds the numbers just to make it easier to keep track of in that report. If you added this report with another piece of item, whether it's text messaging or voicemails, it would change the numbers.
Okay. And on line 14, what is that data entry? What does that represent?
It represents a call that was outgoing on this phone.
All right. And we see a number. Don't read the number, but we see a number and a name below it in the second column there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And what's that name?
Barbara.
Okay. And did you say that this is an outgoing call or an ingoing call?
It shows the direction as an outgoing call.
Okay. Now, I look at line 13, and I see another entry that says Barbara. What is that?
That is the same call. It's entered in 2 different databases, and it pulls from both databases because it's both call logs.
All right. And so there's 2 databases for call logs on Maggie's phone? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And just briefly, what does that mean? There's 2 different logs.
There's several different SQLite databases in a phone, and it's going to contain the information in different places. One may be recent calls, one may be calls that are considered past the recent step that's set in the database, so that it's going to be in the call logs, but it's not going to be in the recent. Sometimes you'll see them in both databases, recent and the call logs.
Okay. All right, and so that, what time is that call that you see on the entry there, lines 13 and line 14?
At line 13, it's on 6/7/2021 at 7:50, 19 seconds PM -4 UTC.
Okay, so that's 7:50 PM Eastern Time, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And in the next column, we see a number, and it says 246. What does that mean?
That is the duration of the call.
Okay. So at 7:50 PM, Maggie placed a call to Barbara. Is that correct? That lasted 2 minutes and 46 seconds.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And we see a slight time difference between line 13 and line 14. It's about 4 seconds. And that's just as simply the different way the different logs record the data.
Yes, sir, it's because they're going into different databases, so there is a lag in that.
But your testimony today is, what is the exact time that call was placed to Barbara?
That call was placed to Barbara at 6/7/2021 at 7:50, 19 PM.
Okay. In your review of Maggie's call logs, was this the last answer, or excuse me, the last phone call that was either dialed or answered by someone on Maggie's phone?
I would have to check the logs again,
Sure.
but I believe so.
I'll let you know that. Take a look.
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's the last answered call or one that was shown in the direction of outgoing.
All right. No more outgoing calls that night, correct?
No, sir,
June 7th?
correct.
And no more answer calls the night of June 7th, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, we're going to look at lines 9 and 10. I don't know if you can see that on your... I got it reversed, my bad. There we go. Okay, let's look at lines 9. You can't quite see the line. You can see line 10, correct?
Yes, sir, I can.
And there's a staple there, but above that should be line 9, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we also see lines 11 and 12, correct?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right. And what do lines 11 and 12 show?
They show that the phone from Maggie Murdaugh received a phone call from 1-803-942-1227. On line 11, it has the name Alex associated with it. Shows the direction as incoming.
Okay. And was that call answered?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, we see 2 line entries for the same call. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
However, there's a difference. One line's line 11 says Alex, and line 12 says PA. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But they're the same number, though, correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
And again, briefly explain why we see a Alex and a PA between those 2 lines.
Because they're 2 separate databases that these were entered into. And when you set up your contact list, you can go through, and if you wanted to set a name for either a spouse, a child, or a good friend, you can set it how you want it to be. And that's going to show up from the contact side of it.
Okay. But it's the same call, correct?
Yes, sir. It's the same call, same phone number that it was received from.
Okay, let's look at line 10 and 9 directly above that. Again, the 9 is slightly obscured, but what do we see there? What activity do those two lines represent?
Those two lines show calls from 1-803-942-1227. Line 10 has it as PA. Direction shows an incoming call, and it shows it as a missed call.
Okay. And again, it's Alex and PA, but it's the same number ending in 1227, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And you've had an opportunity to examine a phone associated with 1227, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
And whose phone is that?
That was Alex Murdaugh's.
And again, that time is what? All right, and the two times you see in line 10 and 9, can you read those times in those two blocks? And are they the same?
Yes, sir, they are the same. It is 6/7/2021 at 9:06:14 p.m. UTC -4.
Okay. And that's local time, 9:06, correct?
Yes, sir, that's local time.
And 14 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, all right. And let's read the times for line 1112. That's a first call from Alex. What are the times for the call that's associated with lines 11 and 12?
They are the same time. It is 6/7/2021 at 9:04:23 p.m. UTC -4.
All right, we're going to talk about a few more lines here. Let's talk about lines 7 and 8 on this report. I mean, what does this information show?
It shows a phone call of 1-803-942-1227. On line 7, it has the name of Alex. Direction shows incoming, and it shows that it was a missed call received on 6/7/2021 at 9:06:51 p.m. UTC -4.
All right. And again, those are two lines associated with the same call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so just reviewing, within the space of about 2 minutes, you see 3 separate calls from Alex's phone incoming into Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And after that 9:06:51 call on line 7 and 8, what's the next call you see on this log?
Moving up the call log, the next call I see is from 1-803-942-1227. On line 5, it has the name of Alex. The time received on that call is at 9:45:32 p.m. UTC -4.
All right. And that's lines 5 and 6, correct?
Yes, sir.
For the same call, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And finally, let's talk about lines 3 and 4. What information do you see there?
On lines 3 and 4, they're the same call from 1-803-942-1227. On line 4, it shows it as PA. Direction is an incoming call, and it was received at 10:03:58 p.m. UTC -4 as a missed call.
All right. And to clarify, these last 5 calls from Alex, were any of them answered?
No, sir.
And previously, we looked at when you took pictures of Maggie's phone, you took a picture of her call log, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and I'm showing you again, I'm gonna put it up on the screen, it's been admitted, Exhibit 278. And we saw that numeral 5 next to Alex's name, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that represents 5 missed calls.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I don't know if you're doing math while we went through that, and we can look at it again if you'd like, Lieutenant Dove. but did you count the calls from Alex that were missed in a row as we went through that call log?
Yes, sir, I came up with 5.
Okay. And since I had that picture up there, when you access Maggie's phone to take these pictures and to go through some of these screens, did you change any settings?
No, sir. The extraction had already been done at the point I took these photos.
Okay, so the extraction actually was done before these pictures.
Yes, sir.
All right. But even after, did you change any settings or open up any calls to make anything difference on the phone?
No, sir, I did not.
And just looking at Maggie's call log on the phone itself again, this is still 278. We talked about calls with Barbara that were 7:50 p.m. on the call log, correct?
Yes, sir.
And looking at this screen, we see a call before that, before Barbara, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is that name on that call?
Marianne?
Okay. And was that a completed call?
Yes, sir. It shows as a completed call, not a missed call.
Okay. And can you look at the screen, and maybe you can't, can you tell from this screen itself whether it was an incoming or outcoming call?
No, sir. I cannot tell for sure from the screen.
If we looked at it on the call log we just talked about on Exhibit 281, you'd be able to tell that information, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay, so let's move on. Let's talk about Maggie's text message report. I'm going to show you something that's marked as Exhibit 282. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a Celebrate report I produced from Maggie Murdaugh's phone that has text messages with a report filter that was set from June 7th, 2021 to June 7th, 2021 for just a 1 day's worth of text messaging.
And what kind of information does that report have on it?
General information it has on the beginning of the report is going to have information about the device as far as the Apple ID and what the name is that's associated with the phone, the type of phone, just general data as far as device information. On the other pages, you'll see text messaging that's on the phone, who they were from, the text message, the dates, and it'll also show the status if it was read or an unread message.
And when you look to see if it was read or unread, if a message had been read, would the phone record that time and date the message was read?
Yes, sir, it does.
At this point, the state's going to move to introduce State's Exhibit 282.
Submitted.
Thank you. All right. Now, let's talk a little bit about how the text messages are organized in this report. Is it strictly chronological through?
No, sir, not always. Sometimes they can get a little out of order, depending on when the text messaging and the filters you set on the report.
Okay, and how did you set that up on this form? I can get back to you to look at.
On this report, it appears to have pulled chronologically, but it's also pulling instant messages versus chat messages, and they are coming from different databases.
Okay, so if it came from a different database, it's separate, but but all the SMSs should be in chronological order, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's look at a few texts here. Okay. This is page 31 of this report. All right. Can you read that at the bottom there? Is that readable?
Just part of the bottom is readable.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. Okay. And what is this?
This is appears to be a group text message that was received on this phone from one individual to several other individuals.
Let's not read numbers, but there's most of these have names next to them. So who sent this message?
It appears, it has it down as John Marvin.
Okay. And who else is in this text group?
Maggie Murdaugh appears in this, but it has her user account name, which is a Yahoo email address.
Okay.
It has Alex, Christy, Lynn, Alan, Liz, and it has one phone number that does not have a name associated with it.
Okay. All right. And what time did this text message arrive on Maggie's phone?
It appears that the text message was received 6/7/2021 at 8:31 p.m. UTC -4.
I think without offensive objection, the state's going to move to seal this as per the evidence per the previous protocol.
Your Honor, and I understand that's just protect the phone numbers and email addresses of the other folks on here. We have no objection.
Is that correct?
No objection to sealing the phone numbers, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Now, look, real quick, again, what time did that text arrive on Maggie's phone?
It shows at the bottom of it, it's 6/7/2021 at 8:31 p.m. UTC -4.
Okay. All right. And was that text message read?
Yes, it shows it as read.
Okay. And what time was it read?
It shows it as read on 6/7/2021 at 8:31:16 p.m. UTC -4.
So about 16 seconds later. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you read this text message, please?
Yes, sir. It says, I plan to go over to visit Dad tomorrow afternoon. Is anyone else planning to go?
All right. And that's from John Marvin, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we're not going to go back and look at the previous text in this thread, but what is the general topic that they're discussing, just for context for the jury?
It appears that they are talking about going to visit Dad tomorrow and trying to find out if anybody else plans to go over with them at any time.
And this is a response to a series of texts about Randolph, Alex's dad, and his health, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to turn over to page 32, and we see another text. And this is that same text group, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this is another text that arrived on Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, it did.
Who sent that text?
It looks like Lynn G.
All right. And what does it say?
It says, I'm in court all week with an emoji.
Okay. All right. Was this text read?
Yes, sir. It shows it as read at 8:49:27 p.m. UTC -4 on 6/7/2021.
Okay. I'm going to hand this report back to you. Have you help me find. I believe Maggie receives a text later, and it might be from Rogan. Could you find that text in there for me, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've located it.
Okay. What time did that text arrive on her phone?
That text arrived on 6/7/2021 at 9:34:14 p.m. UTC -4.
Let me see. And that's text is from who?
That text, it says it's from Rogan.
And that's at least what the call, or the apps, or excuse me, the contact list says.
Yes, sir, that's the name that was entered in the contact list associated with that phone number.
And that arrived on Maggie's phone when?
On 6/7/2021 at 9:34:14 p.m. UTC -4.
And was that text ever read?
No, sir, it appears as a status of unread.
Okay. Now, let's be clear about something, Lieutenant Dove. You know, when we say a text is read or a call was answered, can you know for certain from your forensic analysis of who the actual person was who answered a call or made a call or read a text?
No, sir, I cannot tell you who did it. I can tell you that the phone has the information. The phone recorded certain information, but I can't tell you who's actually touching the screen or pushing the buttons on it.
Okay. But in order to place a call or to place a text or to read a text, what condition has to be satisfied? All right, we'll continue for now. Where was I? What condition has to be satisfied in order for someone to make a call on a phone?
Unless you're making an emergency call, like a 911 call, you would need to know the passcode to be able to unlock the phone to get to it, to the contact list, or either to the number pad to dial the number.
All right, so you need to know the passcode, correct?
Yes, sir.
To unlock the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And are there other ways to lock these phones or unlock these phones?
There's also, too, with iPhones, which this one was, there's the biometric way of doing it. If you set a face unlock, where instead of having to enter your passcode every time, you can look at it, the camera will activate, and then it'll unlock via your face.
All right. So that was 282. Can I see 282 again? I'm sorry. I'm going to show you, I believe there's some texts from Alex that Maggie received that night. Can you find those in our report, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I found the text thread.
Okay. All right.
That's the beginning.
All right, let's look at page 16. And can you read that, sir?
Are you referring to the bottom text on that one?
Yes.
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. All right, and who's that text from?
It's from Alex.
All right, and it was sent to Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
At what time did that arrive on Maggie's phone?
It shows 6/7/2021 at 9:08:58 p.m. UTC -4.
Okay. And was that text ever read?
No, sir, it shows the status is unread.
All right. And I can hand you back the report if you need to refer to it again. But we previously discussed a text at 8:49 and 27 that from Lynn G, I believe, that was read, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any texts that arrived on Maggie's phone after that time that were read?
No, sir, there was not.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 282. And I'm going to ask if you recognize that, sir.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a Celebrite report that I produced from Maggie Murdaugh's phone. It has on there device events from her phone with a date range filter placed on it for the day of 6/7/2021.
Okay. All right. And what kind of information is contained in that report?
In this report, it's going to have different information in there as far as activity. It'll have location information in there. It'll also have whether the phone was unlocked, if it was locked, if there's orientation changes. It'll also pull if it was plugged in, whether to a car or to the wall to charge.
And these are all, most of this is information that's stored in those databases we discussed previously, correct?
Yes, sir. Most of this information is in the Knowledge C database.
Okay. Beg court's indulgence. And how many pages is this report?
I don't remember offhand. I think it could be 87. I can't remember if that's the 87-page report that I produced for that one.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to direct your attention, if you can read that, to line 4336. Do you see that at the bottom, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what information is contained on line 4336?
It has, the first column has the number, then it has device events. The next column that's populated has a date of 6/7/2021, 8:17:15 p.m. UTC -4 start time. Then the column, 2 columns over, it has unplugged, and this information was obtained from the Knowledge C database.
What does unplugged mean?
It would indicate that the phone was unplugged, whether from a vehicle or from a wall, or a computer that it was charging.
And I'm going to show you again, states 283. And you previously explained that as a report you prepared off of Maggie's Cellbrite phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's a timeline report, correct?
Yes, sir, the device events.
All right. And at this time, state would move to introduce Exhibit 283 into evidence.
Okay. Get it? Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to line 4354. Can you see line 4534?
Yes, sir, I can see 4354.
And what's the date and time associated with that log?
4354, the date associated is 6/7/2021 at 8:30:23 p.m. UTC -4.
And what is that data entry?
That entry shows Poshmark buy and sell fashions.
Would that be a website?
Yes, sir.
And what does that indicate to you was occurring on this phone at that time?
That it was possibly running in the background.
Okay. Would this be a website that had been previously accessed on this phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to show you a series of entries starting at 4404 here. I want to see if you can read that up there. Can you read 4404?
Yes, sir.
All right. And above that is 4403, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is that line entry we see at 4403?
It shows that the display was on, and that was obtained from the Knowledge Seed database.
Okay. And then, this is all June 7, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir, and the time on that one is at 8:49:20 p.m. UTC -4. It shows as a start time.
Well, let's talk about that for a minute. Display on, what does that mean?
It's when your screen lights up. It's the easiest way I can describe it, and there can be a variety of reasons why it would light up.
All right, well, let's talk about some reasons. Why don't you list some, please?
If you receive a notification, whether it's a call, a text message, if you have it set to receive notifications from an app, like the CVS app that was previously on there, you receive those notifications, your screen, if it's your phone sitting down and not being used, it'll light up to let you know that you received the notification. It can also light up if you have too much vibration sometimes. If you're walking around tossing your phone up and down, sometimes it can light up. There's various reasons what could cause it to light up.
Could bumping the phone light up the screen?
Yes, sir, it could.
Could picking a phone up light up the screen?
Yes, sir.
Of those reasons you gave, some of them sound like there could be human caused, correct?
Yes, sir.
And some of them sound like could be processes that are on the phone itself and requires no external human interaction, correct?
Correct.
All right. So bumping a phone, that's a human interaction. If someone physically bumps a phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if a notification comes in and the screen lights up, is that something necessarily the user caused?
No, sir.
So it could just happen on its own?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's look at line 4404, the line below that. And I think we've got the date established, but what time is that line at on line 4404?
It shows a time of 8:49:26 p.m. UTC -4 as a start time.
Okay. And what kind of data entry is that?
It appears to be an SMS or a text message that the phone was processing.
Okay. And then below that, on line 4405, we see a device event, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does this say?
It says that was the 8:49:26 p.m. is an end time, and it shows device locked.
Okay, well, let's look at 4406 below it. What kind of event is that?
That shows an event of the device unlocked.
Okay, so the phone's unlocked at 8:49:26, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then at line below that, 4407, we see the display is back on, correct?
Yes, sir. It shows display on.
Well, what did we just previously talk about that happened at 8:49:27?
That's when a text message was received.
Was it received or read at that point?
I would have to go back and look at the report. I believe it was read.
Okay. It was read?
Yes, sir.
And so when you see this sequence of events on this timeline log, what would you associate that with, knowing the fact that there was a text message read at that time?
That a text message was received on the phone, that the phone was unlocked to read the text message.
Okay. And I think I might find that report again, which is, just to refresh your memory, 279. That's the wrong one, sorry. 282, my apologies, 282. Just to refresh your memory, why don't you go back and look at that event at 8:49:27. I believe it was the text thread from the family members.
Yes, sir, I found it.
And what time did that text message arrive on the phone?
It arrived at 8:31:47 p.m.
All right. And what time is it read?
It's read at 8:49:27 p.m.
Okay. And so just so we don't get things confused or mixed up, that text message had been on the phone for a few minutes anyway by that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
But it wasn't read until 8:49:27, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's keep going here for a minute. All right, let's look at line 4409. Do you see that line on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is this line? What does this represent?
This is a line that indicates the start of an orientation change of the phone.
Okay. And what is an orientation change?
An orientation change would be if you take your phone, it's considered portrait if you're holding it straight up. If you turn it to the side, it's considered landscape, and that would be changing the orientation of it from straight up to sideways.
So what can cause an orientation change?
It would have to be somebody moving the phone. As far as if I'm holding my phone up to talk to somebody or to look at something on there scrolling, and then I hold it down by my side, it's going to cause it to change orientation. Or if I rotate it in my hand to watch a video, it's going to cause an orientation change.
So could picking up a phone to read a text message cause an orientation change?
Yes, sir, depending on where you're holding it to start with.
And can you think of any process on a phone that will cause an orientation change to log other than a human holding the phone?
No, sir, not that I've seen.
Well, one possibility I'm going to ask you about is, if, say, a phone's dropped, could that cause an orientation change?
It would have to tumble end over end, like down steps, for instance, and it would have to be on to be able to record that orientation change.
Okay. All right. Let's go down to line 4412. Do you see that, sir? I'll screw it up.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what does that line show?
That line shows the start time of the device being locked.
Okay, and what time is that?
It's at 8:49:31 p.m. UTC -4.
All right, and I can hand this phone to you, or excuse me, this report back to you. We'll come back to this, that line again in a minute. But I'm having you look through this report. So the phone was locked at 8:49:31, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you look in that report and determine if at any point later that night the phone was unlocked?
I do see on here where it does show that the lock stage ended on 6/8/2021 at 1:10:35 p.m. UTC -4.
And that's the next day, correct?
Yes, sir. That's the next afternoon at 1:10 p.m.
Okay, so that phone was locked between 8:49:31 and 1:10 p.m. the next day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and I'm going to go right back to look at line 4414. 4413. We just discussed 4412, which is the phone being locked at 8:49:31, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any entries? What time is the next entry on this report?
Could you repeat which number you're looking at?
On line 4412, we see the phone is locked at 8:49:31, which is what you just testified to, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time is the next event on this log?
The next event on the log shows a display off at 8:53:08 p.m.
Okay. Is there anything that occurred on this report between those two times on this phone?
Not on the device activities report or the device event report.
Okay. And at 8:53:08, what do we see?
We see that it's the end time for the display off.
Okay, and that's line 4413.
Yes, sir.
And then we see at 4414, what happened?
It's an orientation change.
Okay. And at 4415, what happens?
The display comes on.
Okay. You just said it was an orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does that, from your expert opinion, tell you is going on with this phone?
It's an end time for an orientation change from landscape. In my opinion, the phone's going from being landscaped to being held like this, in a position like this, to going into the portrait position, which is up.
And you previously testified that there's only a very small number of things that can cause an orientation change, correct?
Correct.
And it's most likely that that's a human-caused event, correct?
Correct.
However, you can't testify to today as to who held that phone at that time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And let's keep going here for a little bit. We're at 8:53:12, and, excuse me, 8:53:24, and that's line 4417. What do you see again?
It shows an end time for orientation change from portrait.
Okay. And then we see lines 4418 and 4419, we see the display come on and off, correct?
Yes, sir. It shows the end time of display on, and then it shows the start time of display off.
All right. We'll go to the bottom of that page and we'll look at lines 4428 and 4427. What do you see there? So,
On 4428, it shows the start time at 8:54:40 p.m. of the orientation change to landscape. At 4429, it shows the end time, which is at 8:54:44 p.m. orientation change from landscape.
and my apologies, I meant to direct you to lines 4426 and 4427. What do you see in those lines?
On those lines, it shows at 8:54:34 p.m. It shows the start time of the camera and the phone.
All right. And how long is that camera on for, that you can tell?
It appears to be on for 59 seconds. Or, yes, 59 seconds. I'm sorry, 1 second.
1 second.
I'm sorry, doing math sometimes gets me.
It's okay. All right, so that camera's on for 1 second. In your opinion, what does that tell you is happening on this phone?
It appears the phone's being moved and the camera's activating in the background to see if it would recognize somebody's face that would unlock it.
So the phone is attempting to face unlock, correct?
Yes, sir, that's what it appears.
But you just specified that after 8:49:31, the phone never unlocked, correct?
Correct.
So with this camera entry, does the phone successfully unlock?
No, sir.
Now, can you tell us what that camera was looking at? Do you have any data that would suggest specifically what the camera was looking at?
No, sir, I don't know what the camera was being pointed at.
So it could be looking at the ground,
Yes, sir.
the sky,
Yes, sir.
somebody's face other than Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
But if that camera had seen Maggie Murdaugh's face, what would you expect to happen?
I would expect for it to unlock.
Okay, let's keep going. All right, let's look at line 4434. And this is at time 8:55:32. What do you see there, sir?
It shows the end time for orientation portrait, which means it was ending in that orientation.
Okay. So again, at that time, would it be your opinion that phone was held in somebody's hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and let's look real quick at the bottom of that page, and that's line 4441. And what is that information there?
And 4441 comes from the activity sensor data, and that's at 9 o'clock even p.m. And it shows steps. It also shows distance traveled.
Okay. And let's talk about the steps for a minute. You've produced another report that specifically focused on steps that you pulled from this phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
All right. And that shows more granular data of when steps occurred than this report shows, correct?
Correct.
And so just because we see 9 o'clock on this report, does that mean that steps occurred exactly at 9 o'clock on this phone?
No, sir. It's the 2 after the 9 o'clock on that, which means it would be a range as
Okay.
far as example would be like 9 to 10 for the total steps.
And you prepared another report that would show specific steps during a specific time range, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Keep going. All right, let's look at line 4447. What do you see there?
4447 shows from the call log database an incoming call at 9:04:23 p.m.
Okay, and who's that call from?
It's from phone number 1-803-942-1227 PA.
And that's the call that we discussed in Maggie's specific call log, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's at 9:04:23, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that call answered?
No, sir, it showed no time that call was answered.
All right, let's look at the bottom of that page, line 4454. At 9:06:12, what do we see there?
At 9:06:12 shows the start time of an orientation change to portrait.
Okay. And again, in your opinion, what does that tell you about whether this phone is in someone's hand?
In my opinion, it would be in somebody's hand that was changing it from landscape up to portrait, lifting it.
And that's at 9:06 and 12 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to line 4456. Can you read that, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. And line 4457. What
Yes,
is
sir.
line 4456 and 57 associated with?
They're associated with a phone call that was incoming to Maggie's phone.
Okay. And what is the time on that call?
It's at 9:06:14 p.m.
2 seconds after that orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that call came after the orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, you can't tell us whose phone, or your digital forensics can't tell us whose hand that phone was in at that point.
Correct.
All you can tell us was the phone was locked at that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand this back to you, and I want you to review this report. And I want to have you tell us if that is the final orientation change in 906-12 or not. You see if you see any further orientation changes after that point.
I do see the end time for the orientation of portrait that it recorded.
Okay, what time was that?
It was at 9:06:20 p.m.
Okay. And when you say end time, what do you mean?
It's just the time that it recorded that it stopped in recording that portrait mode. It
So you
does
saw
not.
the excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt. Please finish.
I'm sorry. I was going to say I don't see any orientation change to landscape after that in this report.
Okay. So at 906-12, the orientation change starts, correct?
Yes, sir.
At 906-14, there's an incoming call from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir.
And after that point, you do not see any more orientation changes, correct?
Correct.
All right, let me direct your attention. Excuse me. You talked about the 906-20 orientation change in time, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we see at line 4461, another incoming call, correct?
Yes, sir. That was at 9:06:51 p.m. and that was from 1-803-942-1227 PA.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the third phone call within about 2 minutes from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I see an entry at line 4464 at 9:07. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And that's a display on and off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we've already discussed there could be a number of reasons for that display coming on and off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the data you see on the phone is not going to be able to tell you exactly why that screen came on, will it?
Correct.
All right, line 4466. What is this?
4466 shows a text message received incoming at 9:08:58 p.m. From the phone number 1-803-942-1227 Alex to Maggie Murdaugh.
What does that text say?
It says, "Going to check on M. Be right back."
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot here. That call occurred at the last call from Alex occurred at 9:06:51, correct?
Yes.
And the text came from Alex at 9:08:58, correct?
Yes.
And this was a text that was never read, I believe you testified to in the previous report, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Can you calculate the time between 9:06:51 and 9:08:58, please? Take your time. If you need a pen, we can get you.
It appears to be 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
There's 2 minutes and 7 seconds between that call from Alex to that text from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Thank you. Okay, let's look at lines 44, 65, and above it, 44, 68, and above that's obscure because it's stapled, but 44, 67. Do you see those two entries?
Yes, sir.
And we see that's, mobile SMS at 9:08:58. Is that a data entry associated with that incoming text from Alex we just talked about?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what time is that again?
It's 9:08:58 p.m.
Okay. What's the next entry on that log?
The next entry on the log is at 9:31:44 p.m. Shows an end time of display off.
And I'm not going to ask you to do the precise math this time, but roughly how many minutes is that between 9:08:58 and 9:31:44?
Approximately 22 minutes.
Okay. For 22 minutes, nothing happens on that phone, correct?
Correct.
There's no orientation changes, the phone's not unlocked, there's no incoming calls, nothing outgoing, correct?
Correct.
The phone just sits there for approximately 22 minutes.
Correct.
All right. And what do we see start happening at 9:31:44?
We see that the display comes on is the start time of that.
All right. And we've talked about this already. We can go forward a little bit. We see the display come on and off a few times in that short span of time at about 9:31 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
But it's just a display coming on. Do you see anything associated with that display coming on?
No, sir, not until approximately the 9:34:14 p.m.
All right. We'll get to that in a second. But at least for this display coming on, there seems to be no cause for that, correct?
Correct.
And you previously testified, the screen coming on doesn't tell you a whole lot, does it?
No, sir.
It could be the phone is being bumped or moved in some way, correct?
Yes, sir.
It could be the phone's just sitting there and there's some sort of automatic process that causes that phone to light up, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's talk about, you start talking about it, but we see a instant message on line 4477, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's at what time?
That's at 9:34:14 p.m.
And which contact is that from?
It shows the contact of Rogan.
And what does that text message say?
It says, "Tell Paul to call me."
All right, and you previously testified about this in her text message log. Was that text message ever read?
No, sir.
We're going to skip down a little bit. And I'm on line 4498. Yeah, 98. And we see there, it looks like an incoming call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who's that from?
It is from PA with the phone number of 1-803-942-1227.
And was that call answered?
No, sir.
line 4503. What time is that entry?
That entry is at 9:47:23 p.m.
All right. And what is that?
It is a text message that was received on that from Alex. It says, "Call me, babe."
Okay. And was that text ever read? I know that's referencing the previous report.
No, sir, that text was not read.
I'm gonna hand this report back to you, and I want to have you look at the next few pages. I don't want you to tell this jury whether you see anything in your expert opinion that would indicate that anybody actively used that phone after that last text call.
Not on 6/7/2021.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 284. Take a look at that and tell us what it is, please.
This is an Axiom report by Magnet Forensics that I prepared from Maggie's phone with health data information and steps.
Okay. So that includes steps from Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
At this time, State would move into
It's admitted.
I think I'm going to direct you to record 22, if I'm looking at the right thing. Nope, record 23, excuse me. All right, record 23. What information does this record tell us?
This record tells us that 38 steps were recorded by this phone on 6/7/2021 at 8:17:41 p.m. was the start time, and the end time was 6/7/2021 at 8:18:29 p.m.
How many steps were taken at that time?
38 steps.
And this is a report that shows the precise time when the steps, at least the phone recorded the steps started and when they stopped, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's talk about that for a minute. Steps on a phone. How does the phone record steps? How does it decide that there are steps taking place?
It's several different ways it can record. It's dependent on how the phone's carried as to how many steps it records. If you carry a phone in your hand and you walk, it's going to record more steps. If you carry it on your waist in a phone case, it's not going to record as many steps because it's not detecting the motion. It's not 100% accurate as far as the steps. There are ways that if you're trying to meet your fitness goal, for instance, you can try to trick a phone or a smartwatch into believing you did more activities and more steps than you actually did.
Okay. So, but at a more fundamental level, what is the phone using to determine whether the steps are taking place?
It's a process running inside the phone that is recording the motion.
What does it use to record the motion?
As far as
would it be accelerometers?
It would, a lot of times it would be. Some of the newer ones are recording actually more than that as far as recording strides and things like that, the newer versions.
All right. And in your opinion, you know, the steps that a phone records, is it always 100% accurate?
No.
And so this says 38 steps. Does that necessarily mean that whoever was holding his phone actually moved exactly 38 steps?
No, sir.
But what does it tell you in a more general sense?
In a more general sense, it tells me that this phone, somebody was holding this phone, it took steps, and it recorded steps.
All right. And let me reference back to the previous report. I believe you testified that at 8:17, Maggie's phone was unplugged, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right. And then at 8:17, we start to see steps again, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's look at record 25. All right, and what does this show, record 25?
This shows that 43 steps were recorded by the phone. At 8:40 p.m. was the beginning, and it ended at 8:33:28 p.m.
Okay. All right, and let me point out something real quick. The entry above that, which is record I don't think there's a record number associated with it, but it says 810. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I see an entry at 810:31, just above that record 25. What is that entry at 810:31? You see that?
At 8:10:31, it looks like it's part of a previous record. From the previous page, it shows the duration in minutes of 4.58.
Okay. And so some of these are a little bit out of chronological order, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But the times that are recorded in each record is accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even if some of these entries seem to have gotten out of order, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain why that happened when you made this report?
I set it to produce in chronological order. Sometimes, though, when the report goes through, it will not do that. It's just an issue we've had with that report, where it'll move it out of chronological order, but the information's still there and it's still accurate.
Okay, let's look at record 26. What do you see in record 26?
In record 26, I see that 59 steps were recorded by the phone at 8:53:15 p.m. Begin and end at 8:55:32 p.m.
Okay, and again, how many steps was that?
It was 59 steps.
Okay. And I think you previously testified, we were looking at the timeline, it looked like someone was manipulating with that phone, correct?
Correct.
You saw some orientation changes, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
We saw the camera come on at approximately that time, correct?
Correct.
But the phone's locked, correct?
Correct.
All right. I want to give this back to you, report, to have you look at it real quick. And you've also, I know, have studied this phone data in more detail than just in that report. Are you aware, after that 8:53 entry, of that phone ever recording any more steps?
No, sir. The next set of steps it shows it recorded was on 6/8/2021 at 3:12:22 p.m.
Okay. The next day?
The next day, yes, sir.
And let's circle back to that real quick. I know you were not present for the collection of Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
But generally, the circumstances, as you understand them, are what and how it was collected?
The phone was collected from the side of the road. It was given to crime scene, who brought it back and logged it into our forensic lab, at which point I went over, logged it out of the forensic lab, and then took it over to our office to log it in.
And but it was not collected till the next afternoon, correct? Or
Correct.
found until the next afternoon, excuse me.
Correct. My understanding is it was found on 6/8/2021.
All right. I think we're at a good stopping point.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will adjourn for the evening and start back at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case. Get to a good stopping point.
First, about computers from 1998.
All right, sounds good.
So these computers back in 1998, if they had internet access, it was a dial-up modem, correct?
That is correct.
And so the dial-up modem, you had said, made a funny sound when you logged it in?
Yes.
And it's kind of that quintessential, really obnoxious sound?
Very obnoxious, yes.
Okay. And a dial-up modem actually plugged into a phone line.
That is correct.
So whereas today we tend to have cable lines or DSL lines or something like that that comes to our computer,
Correct, yes.
this actually went directly to the same phone jack as your telephone.
Yes.
And that means that when you are working on the internet or looking at stuff on the internet, you couldn't make a phone call.
That is correct.
And anyone who called you would get a busy signal
Correct.
because there was no access if you were on the internet.
That is true, yes.
All right. Now, dial-up also had slower load times than we have today.
Yes, it did.
In fact, if you were downloading a movie back then, it would take all day.
If that, maybe longer.
Right. And whereas today we have Netflix, where we can watch it directly from the internet.
Correct.
And as we